See What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is March 15th, Friday, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the Amani Airport. We are live, or at least that's how it seems to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, and wherever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. All right. I hope you got your passport. Wait, I should... Just so everyone understands, I'm not doing this to flex. I'm doing this because actually I got my passports thanks to contributions from viewers like you, right? I was only able to afford to do this thanks to my community. And you know who you are, you awesome people who helped me afford to get out of this country, which I never thought I would be able to do, but there it is. That's safe to show, right, chat? There's nothing... I'm not doxing myself by doing that, but I just want people to know, right? Because it did take me a while. Like, we funded this thing a long time ago, and even with that funding, I didn't have the money at the time, and then I started to make a little bit more money, but then my rent went up, and well, finally I was able to finagle it. I was able to do it, yeah. So there it is. Let's go to Thailand. Exactly. I don't know what's gonna be different, chat. Here's the thing that's freaking me out though. I'm looking around my room and I'm like, I don't have like a lot of stuff, you know? But I have like an average amount of stuff for an American, I guess, and that's a lot. Like there's a lot of stuff. You know, and I even have stuff that my like roommates left behind, like the Beto shirt I was wearing yesterday. I wore that, you know, actually to the passport office. Right, I wore my Beto shirt.
Sharon Mid super chatted $10.
Yo,
I want to go too.
You want to go too? I mean, it's a plan, Sharon. It's a plan. Ready to get hypnotized? Is that what happens in Thailand? They hypnotize you? But yeah, I mean, I'm still very much flying by the seat of my pants, surviving by the skin of my teeth, and many other metaphors. What is that metaphor? What is that metaphor? Do you know, chat? What is skin of the teeth? What does that mean? Where did that come from? Why is that a thing? I don't understand. Skin of the teeth. Like, I understand seat of the pants. Wait, what is that? Okay, wait. If you're flying by the seat of your pants, it means that you're being lifted above the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. But like by your pants, and like if your pants rip, not only are you gonna fall into those slings and arrows, but you're also going to, have your pants will be ripped, and people will see your underwear. People will see your underwear and they'll laugh at you because it's like, haha, you're under. They'll say campers pampers. That's seat of your pants, right? But what is skin of your teeth? Like, I don't want to think about being held up by my gums. Is that skin of your teeth is your gums, right? What do the gums have to do with barely surviving? Do I need to look this up? Uruguay's a good country too, Philip. For sure, but I got a business opportunity with my college friend, with my best friend from college. Wait, the skin of the teeth is a Bible verse? But yeah, I mean, I would recommend if you're looking for somewhere to get away to, Uruguay has a similar low cost of living. Just something that if you're like me, you literally have to, like, I don't think I'd be able to afford to stay in America, right? I don't think I'd be able to. And especially considering that my rent keeps on getting raised. Like, I've just had the worst luck. Okay, the skin of your teeth, you're chewing your lips. Oh, because you're nervous. Yeah, pants are a tool of the bourgeois. I mean, if you can make that transition to, thighs and skirts, I think it's definitely preferable. Respectable, too. But wait, what am I trying to do? Yeah, thank you for the super chat, Sharon. There you go. It took me a second to get this up on the screen, but thank you so much. That gets us started on the trampoline goal. If you want to see me jump on a trampoline and look even more ridiculous than I already do, that goal is possible. And I gave you an extra hour this time because I always mess up on it and give you not enough time. But yeah, you got 3 hours to try to get me on the trampoline. We're just doing a super chat goal because YouTube makes these, and I can't think of what else to offer you besides humiliating myself by bouncing around on a trampoline and also getting some exercise in the process. But chat, when I have some money, from my rent going down, when I move to Thailand, first thing I'm gonna do is get my hair. Like, look at this, chat. My hair. How close is it to my ass? That's how I really measure my hair. Because I feel like I have sat on my hair before. I have had my hair so long that, oh my gosh. You know what I realized? I realized the music is too loud. And there's too many vocals. There's too many vocals. There we go. Okay. I think this music is way better to talk over. Skirts are the best. They look cute as skirts without the risk of accidentally flashing everyone when walking down the stairs. Wow. That's something extra to worry about for sure, that, the skirts kind of solve. Okay, Sisyphean has the Bible verse. What is it called? Chapter and verse. Yeah, chapter and verse. There we go, chat. More sources feel the phrase. Wait, most sources feel the phrase comes from the King James Bible. Translation of Job 19:20. By this point, Job has suffered through an illness that left him very thin, skin and bones. So, the skin of your teeth, what, you eat your gums to survive, maybe? I don't know. Skin of your teeth. I mean, that kind of falling on floor tits first. I've done that. Oh my god, chat. I've done that. It's so bad. My roommate used to always like just take off her shoes in the entryway, and they're like those kind of tall shoes. You know what I'm talking about? They're what do you call them? Like they're shoes with an extra large sole, right? Like it's a high sole, and somehow they're just like the best shoes to trip over. So like I was like walking back to my room late at night, I trip over these shoes, and I fucking eat shit, and I'm carrying food, which makes it even worse because I can't put my hands out to like stop my fall, and I just literally high tops. I mean, they're not high tops. They're kind of like elevator shoe. Yeah, kind of like platform shoes, I guess. Yeah. I dread falling on the floor first. That would hurt with piercings. It sometimes hurts even without, right? It depends. It depends on how, anyway. Skin of your teeth is an idiom to describe a situation in which one barely manages to escape or achieve something. A close call. Yeah. Well, if I fucking make this work, I mean, it's still not, like, I'm still in a very iffy situation, monetarily. I've let things like my, energy, bill kind of languish in order to make sure I have enough money and then the situation with the landladies is bad too, but I feel like she kind of screwed me. Right? I was supposed to bring new people in, and I couldn't because she won't fix the house. And so I'm just going to get out of here and be like, listen, I can't do this. She like offered me this weird deal too, where she was like, here's the deal. You sublease and you sublease at a profit. She was telling me to be a mini landlord, which is kind of like her job to the extent that that's even a job. Like it's kind of her job, but like, no, I'm supposed to bring in roommates, charge them a little bit more than, you know, than she's charging me, and then use that extra money to pay for repairs. Has anybody ever heard of anything like this? I'm pretty sure it's not standard. I don't know how to write up a contract. I can't afford a lawyer. I'm just not suited to do this. So yeah, the shit that she was asking me to do is beyond my pay grade. And she never came over. She was supposed to come over and help me make the house look halfway decent. Like, chat, we got a bite taken out of the toilet seat. This is so embarrassing. But for the past 2 years, I've lived in a house that looks like Cookie Monster got high and took a bite out of a toilet seat instead of he was like, me want cookie, and he home, and it's the toilet seat, right? It's just got a chunk missing, as if the Cookie Monster took a bite out of it. So yeah, landlord outsourcing, they're not, I don't know. I get the feeling that she's, I don't know. Like, she sounds like she's struggling too. And, you know, my previous roommate apparently had not paid the rent for like, I don't know. I want to get too into my, to my troubles, chat. You've got enough troubles of your own. That's not why you come to a stream, to hear about all my struggles. You got struggles. We've all got struggles, okay? And I'm sure there's somebody out there with worse struggles than me. So to you, I will wish you well, and I will shut up because there's always somebody out there, chat, that's got it tougher than you. And if you can find them, reach out to them and help them. That is something that we could all always do. Housing contracts require people to be informed by, what, did they give you a free lawyer? Yeah, well, I don't know what her deal is. Like, I mean, I don't know. I don't wish her ill or anything like that, but she was asking me to do something that I can't fucking do that. And I'm definitely not gonna, like, this is the whole thing, is that, like, I had 3 roommates. We were all, you know, paying rent together, and then one moved out and got replaced by somebody that never should have been in there because she just wasn't, you know, she owes us all money, right? She owes all the other roommates money. And then, like, you know, there was things left behind by, you know, most of the roommates that, like, it's like, I can't, like, haul somebody else's shit out of the house. You know, if she wanted to work with me, That'd be one thing. I would have brought in 3 roommates had she worked with me, right? Anyway, I'm still bitching at you, chat. I shouldn't do that. Because like I said, there's somebody out there that's got it worse, and they don't need to hear my bullshit, okay? They don't need to hear my bullshit. So if that's you, I apologize. Mexico is a cool country, Sisyphean. I will agree with you on that. And so the president, I love the president of Mexico. I mean, obviously not perfect. You know, obviously she has to do certain things for Trump to, you know, keep him off of their back. But I'm a dorm director. Oh, like on RA, I did that. It's a tough job. It's the toughest job you'll ever love or hate. Yeah, the worst is solving disputes between like your friends, right? Because that, or at least that's how it ended up for me. I was, you know, friends with everybody in the place, and they sometimes didn't get along with each other, and I had to adjudicate. I graduated high school by threatening to sue. I wish they would have made us sue, to be honest. Damn. I graduated high school by, what do you call those things? Correspondence courses? Like, I figured out a way to graduate a year early because I fucking hated my high school and I wanted to be in college, and I figured out a way to get all my credits with, you know, taking some extra, I think it was like extra math and stuff, because I was like ahead in English, so I was good on English, but I had to do what it was. I think I was doing 3 math courses at once at one point. I feel you, Irene. A lot of crappy living situations. That's why I spend a lot of time finding a place. People playing music too loud. Yeah, that can be a problem. You know, the worst part of being a land. I mean, it felt like it. The worst part of being a resident assistant is that I had a like housing manager sort of breathing down my neck. No, it wasn't the housing manager. It was somebody that worked for the housing manager, right? And like, you know, she did some random stuff. You know, she would go and check on when somebody moved out, you know, if the dorm was, you know, left in the, you know what I mean? She would do all that kind of stuff, right? And she worked, you know, she reported to the director of housing or whatever, right? And so she came through, and one of my roommates, who I liked, was blazing a blaze. Oh, settling your dispute between your RA and a graduate assistant? Damn. But yeah, it was, you know, just like, you know, like it smelled like it smelled like a dispensary, you know? Like it was very obvious that she and her boyfriend were having a little party in her room, and so I had to like wait until she kind of came down, because you don't want to ever confront somebody that is, you know, baited with a serious issue, which that was, and like try to communicate that like, I am not your enemy. I want you to have a good time. I have no problem with what you are doing. However, if you could do what you are doing in a less obvious way, that would make my life easier, and that would make your life easier. Because if this woman goes to her boss and said, I smelled, you know, smelled like a Cypress Hill concert. Yeah, I smelled something in Irene's in the dorm that like Irene is in charge of, then, you know, I'm in trouble, right? So that was the worst part. Having to enforce in some way, and not really enforce, just like direct people not to get caught in situations that I don't actually think are a problem. Obviously, I don't have a problem with somebody blazing it. But yeah, I still had to communicate in a way that was like, and you can't do it, right? Because it always sounds like you're coming down on them. It always sounds like maybe you're full of shit, right? Maybe you're the one that's gonna report me to the, director of housing and get me kicked out. No, like I don't know. It was always an awkward situation, especially when it's your friend. Matt Lieb is freaking awesome. If bees had knees, Matt would be the bee's knees. But yeah, all I was trying to tell her was like, just be a little bit more low key about it. That's all. There's things you can do to make that stuff really, and it was weird too, because it's legal in the state, it's just not legal in the dorms, right? And there's no getting around that. There really isn't. RA called the cops on my having cannabis in my room while I was home for Thanksgiving, made a complete arse of herself. Well, that's the other thing too, Philip, is I feel like, other people can say that they can tell where it's coming from. I can't. I can't tell. You know what I mean? I can smell when it's present, but I'm not like, Toucan Sam. I can't follow my nose and be like, aha, this is the room where the resident is having too much fun. Better to smoke outside or at least out the window. I mean, they would still get mad at them for that, right? If like somebody came by and saw them doing that. But yeah, the woods was, I think, where the cool kids would go to be super low key about it, right? Because there's just no reason to invite that kind of chaos into your life of having to deal with, and it would. I don't think. God, I hope not. I don't think they would have ever gotten the cops involved. I think what they would have done is if it, they would they would have given them a warning. And then if it happened to, multiple times, then they would have like gotten kicked out of housing. But it still sucks. I don't want anybody getting kicked out. I don't want my friends getting kicked out of housing. We had an arboretum. You can imagine all the smoking trees jokes. I mean, that is the perfect place for that kind of joke. Or pun, as it were. I'm Canadian. That shit's everywhere. I feel like that shit's everywhere in my town too. When I go downtown, which I was today to pick up the magical book. Isn't that wild? And chat, before you ask, yeah, it does have the wrong, they took out where it says gender and now it says sex, and mine is wrong. Mine is not correctly, and I don't know if, if I had my finances together enough to actually make it work earlier, I don't know if, it would have been better. Like if I would have just gotten the right, if I would have gotten one under Brandon, maybe it would have just said F and that would have been that. Or I've heard bad stories though. Mostly if you have like the X though, because like under Brandon, you non-binary people, or, people that didn't identify as male or female could get an X, right? There was a third option. And, they obviously, I think it was somebody, the story I heard was about somebody with an X on their passport that was like on a plane and they pulled them off. Like right when Trump took over, they pulled this person off the plane and said, "You're coming with me." And I think they took their passport away and maybe, oh yeah, they took their passport away and they were kind of SOL. You're SOL without your passport. Right, so I don't know. Maybe it would have been worse, right? Maybe I don't know if that happens because the State Department now is like checking people's, their sex on their passport, which is what it says now. They're checking that against the whatever the State Department has on file. So that means that if you've never gotten one before, and everything that you have as far as your proof of resident, you got to prove, you're a U.S. citizen, and you got to prove your identity. So it's usually like your driver's license and maybe your birth certificate is what you bring in, right? If everything that you show them has the, your updated gender marker on it, then I think you might be able to. I don't think they would flag you. But again, it's the kind of thing that I didn't want to fuck with. But it's going to make things like really rough. Because if you don't know, if you've never traveled, you got to show this shit everywhere, right? Your hotel, if you end up, staying in a, I don't know, in a longer term place. Just like things that you would never think of. They're like, oh yeah, can we see your passport? Yo, Buffy Geek. Buffy Geek with the 2 jellyfish, one for Eric FM and one for Jolly Jarfly. Jolly Jarfly, you just got weaseled, or did you get jellyfished? Maybe we should make a distinction. Should we make a distinction, chat? Should we make a distinction that there's the on which you got jellyfished? It sounds too much like catfish, doesn't it? It sounds like not a good thing. Oh, I got jellyfished, I don't know. What would be getting catfished is like if you agree to go on a date with somebody from like a dating site, and the picture that they are showing is not representative of what they look like in real life. That's catfishing, or even not representative of who they are. Possibly if you go back to the show Catfish. Well, what would jellyfish? What would it mean to be get jellyfished? I think it's like if somebody invites you, like upstairs, and they're like, I got really good jelly, and they're like, it's, blackberry, and then you go upstairs with them, and they're like, oh, it looks like it's only grape. I'm sorry. I thought I had the blackberry jelly. Jellyfish feels too much like they're talking about Democrats because they got the jelly spine. Chuck Schumer. Chuck freaking Schumer. Stop running this weasel prank on me? You don't think it's real. Passports for a form of international classism. U.S. passport is quite high on the ladder. Partly because so much of the trade is done in U.S. dollars. That may not last under Trump, Philip. Like, Trump seems to want... Actually, I thought MAGA liked... Yeah, right? I thought they liked Dex. I thought Elon liked Dex. But from some of what I've heard, this is... like, some of Trump's policies seem designed to weaken the dollar in order to increase... what is it? Like, increase exports and decrease imports. But I don't know. It's really hard to, like, I've been listening to a lot of podcasts, and including one that I just got turned on to from Emma, like a history podcast that seems pretty cool. But yeah, I've been listening to a lot of podcasts, a lot of like people in deep discussions, like, and the parlor game is like, what is Trump actually trying to do? Because he does the weirdest shit. He's like, we're going to do tariffs. We're going to do tariffs tomorrow. Tariffs against Mexico, tariffs against Canada. And then tomorrow comes and he like cancels the tariffs. He's actually, I had a really good talk with Claudia and she gave me everything I ever wanted. And Claudia does not give, like Scheinbaum didn't actually buckle. It was Trump that actually buckled, right? Scheinbaum wanted something from Trump. And that was to at least make some assurance or promise or, say that he would do something to stem the flow of guns into Mexico. People always talk about the cartels in Mexico. They always talk about Mexico being a super violent narco state. Well, there's a reason for that, right? Where do you think they get the guns from? Where do you think the guns are coming from? That's right. They're coming from north of the border. They're coming from the United States. So Claudia was actually able to get Trump to sign on to something. I don't know if he'll actually follow through with it. I don't know if he'll actually do it. He's kind of a lie. He's kind of a known liar. Decrease the dollar so that the billionaires can take control of everything. Well, I mean, this is what he's talking about when he says, they asked him straight up, are we in for a recession? And he said something like, there might be some hardships. There might be a transitional period. Elon Musk, wow. Elon Musk has said stuff like that the United States is addicted to government spending, by which he means government jobs, by which he means, you know, federal employees, basically. And that we got to go through a detox, right? It's healthy. It's healthy to cut out like hundreds of thousands of jobs, which will, you know, cause an economic downturn. So the tariffs, and you know what's worse than the tariffs actually, as far as its effect on the economy, is the uncertainty. So there's this thing that businesses do where they know the lay of the land, they know how taxes work, they know how they know how everything's gonna work, and they plan out their expenditures, right? And when they plan out their expenditures, then they can spend money. But if you've got a situation like Donald Trump, where you're just like, I don't know what's going on. Are there going to be like, you know, 50% tariffs towards the EU tomorrow? Could be. Are there going to be no tariffs towards the EU? You know, like, right, there's no way to know, right? And so what happens is that these businesses, they kind of sit on their money, and that is bad for the economy. That is unambiguously bad for the economy, right? And so, yeah, and like, I don't know, it halfway looks like he is trying to cause a recession. But like, what his actual game is, right? Dude is like, pleased to meet you. Hope you guess my game. Hope you guess my name. What's puzzling you is the nature of my game. Yeah, it's a parlor game for all of the Ezra Kleins of the world to try to play. And I've been playing along with them. I've been listening in on this great conversation about what the fuck is going on with Trump. Nobody seems to agree. Apparently, the Trump administration is drafting a list of countries for a travel ban. Damn, I didn't hear about that, Jen. It's like a political catfish. You vote for a progressive, but instead you get conservatives. That's like the Fetterman. That's the Fetterman right there, or the Chuck Schumer, I guess. Chuck Schumer is a jellyfish. You think he would vote against Trump, but then he helps him out? Yeah. And some people think that it's, you know, it's him talking to his donors, right? It's the purse strings that are pulling the Democrats around like puppets. Jealous because I'm leaving? I mean, we'll see if it works. Like I said, I am not in a great, like, I have put myself in so much financial, like, danger to do this. And when I say, you know, leaving for, like, knock on wood, I mean, I've got my ticket, I've got my passport. Oh my God, the ticket was bad too, right? Because I found a really cheap ticket and I was really proud of myself. But then the deal with it was that they try to upcharge you on like everything. I've never seen this before. They're like, oh, what seat would you like to, like, here's our plane. What seat would you like to sit in? And I'm like, oh, this one would be good. Oh, that'll be $70 extra. Well, I don't have $70 extra. Wait, what about this one? That'll be $65 extra. What about this one? That is $85 extra. I'm like, what the fuck? Right, so I end up just like figuring out like don't click a seat, and I don't know what that means. They just put you wherever or something. Has anybody ever seen this before? It's cheaper to like not select a seat. And then like, you know, I'm looking at like, you know, okay, bags. How many bags do I get? I'm expecting 2. Nope, 1. 1 bag. Like, look, chat, I'm looking at the, like around my room and seeing all kinds of stuff that I'm going to have to sell, give away, or put into storage, or maybe try to ship if I don't know if I'll have money to ship it, but, yeah. And then I'm looking, you know, as I look in my room, I'm like, all right, just take, the clothes on your back and, your streaming setup. which is, you know, a desktop, 2 lights, a webcam. I don't think I'll even be able to take this. Oh my God, chat. No, I gotta take this. I gotta take my background. And I gotta take my... I don't know how I'm gonna do it, right, chat? Because they're like super limited on what you can take with you. So I'll have to figure that out too. With each new liver spot, Chuck Schumer becomes more and more useless. Damn. Like the thing I hate about Chuck Schumer is how like calm he is about just giving in to this fucking monster. Oh, Claudia just Schumered him, which is a brilliant of her. I mean, essentially, he wants to do kayfabe politics, right? Y'all know what kayfabe is, right? It's a wrestling term. So if you don't know, and I might be spoiling, this is like telling people that Santa's not real, or the Easter Bunny, or the Tooth Fairy, or whatever. But wrestling is not a... they're not both trying to win, right? In a wrestling match, they decide who's going to win. They decide how they're going to win. And they choreograph it. They plan it out, right? They make a plan together of how the wrestling match is going to go. And they do this because a long, long time ago, they figured out that if they actually try to beat each other, they go all out in pro wrestling, people are going to get hurt. So it's easier just to fake it, right? So that along comes kayfabe. And what you have is somebody like Vince McMahon back in the day, or I don't know, whoever runs the WWE now, telling you you're going to lose to this person, or you're going to win against this person. They're going to put you over, as they say, and you're going to win. And you know, for instance, like if part of the script is that somebody broke your leg and you didn't really get your leg broken, when you're walking out to the car, you don't take your cast off. You preserve the illusion that wrestling is real at all times. At all times. Even though everybody knows it's not. Everybody who's, you know, a little bit knowledgeable about wrestling. So that's kayfabe, right? Right? That is, you know, essentially a scripted fight. I mean, you know, when you know, two wrestlers are yelling at each other in a wrestling promo, they don't actually hate each other necessarily. I mean, they might hate each other, but they might be best friends, but they can't show that they're best friends because they're supposed to hate each other. So they act like they hate each other. And that's kind of what Trump does, right? It's a performative thing. Scheinbaum doesn't have to lose to Trump. Scheinbaum has to put Trump over. Scheinbaum has to allow Trump to present a reality in which she has given him something. And same thing for Trudeau and what's the new guy's name? Carney. Or Poliev if he ends up taking over, right? They've got to you know, they got to play this role, and so they're able to, you know, have like a real thing that's going on behind the scenes. And Bret Hart, Montreal Screwjob, never forget. Yeah, fuck Vince McMahon. Auction background? You mean auction it off? Sell it to a chatter, or give it away to a chatter? Hey, I mean, like, I gotta do something with it. Ship your background, probably, Philip. I just don't know how expensive do you think it is to ship things? Ooh, get a seat when you... What? Wait. So Shield Jaguar, when you say you gotta get a seat when you check in 24 hours before, does that mean that... So I don't reserve a seat, so whatever seats are left, I get to pick one? I just wonder, are they gonna make me pay money? Right? That's what I really wonder, right? That's what would kill me. If I get there and they're like, yeah, you got to reserve a seat now, $70, $80, or $65. And I'm like, I don't have the money. Skin of my teeth. What part of seat of my pants don't you understand? But yeah, they give you, you know, they show you like a really nice price that you're just like amazed. Wow, that's a cheap ticket. You know, I'm so proud of myself for getting this thing. And it turns out every single thing they upcharge you on. Every single thing that you would think would, like being customer service. They were trying to upcharge me for customer service. Like, do you want to talk to somebody if you have a problem? it only costs $35 extra. And I'm like, oh, I have $35 extra. I literally had to put this shit on my credit card because, that's the only way that I would have enough money to pay for the That's how I got the passport, right? Because it was always a whole thing. I spend all my money on rent and on food and on keeping myself alive, and I did not have any for the passport. So what I did is ended up putting, the plane ticket on credit card, which hopefully I will be able to pay off next month when I don't have a ridiculous. In fact, knock on wood, my employer seems to be covering my accommodations for the first month, so that's really cool. Linda McMahon, yeah, she doesn't run wrestling anymore. She runs the Department of Education. And Elon Musk, who's running X? Who's running X while Elon is ruining the fucking country? Scared for you? Yeah. You will adapt and overcome. I hope so. I will survive. I want to survive. I need to survive. I need to be able to bring you content, chat. Who else is going to cover crash outs like I do? Nobody. That's right. I've got a skill. A marketable skill. When you check in, it'll be assigned. I don't think so. I fly American. So they don't charge you any extra. That's good. Thank you for the dropping the knowledge on me here, Shield Jaguar. I haven't flown in forever. Is it easy to move to Thailand? I want to leave the. Okay, so here's what's hard. All right, or it's easy to. The ticket, depending on where you're flying from, is not that expensive, right? The accommodations, once you land, if you search around enough, are not that expensive either. Now, people will try to charge you more because you're an American, and the the people think of Americans as having a lot of money. So people will try to charge you a lot. But you can find, if you look around enough, you can find a cheap place to stay. The food is fairly cheap as well. The cost of living is not high. So that part is easy, but when you land, I think what is it? You get like a tourist visa, right? Which is a 60-day visa. You can go to the embassy and extend it to 90 days. But after that, you've got to, at the very least, leave the country and get a stamp on your passport. Now, some Americans, or not just Americans, some travelers will just, do like a weekend, spend a weekend in another country and then come right back, right? That is a possibility. However, I think that if you do that too much, the Thai authorities will not like it. And you may eventually run afoul of them, right? So then you got to look at the list of visas. There are other visas that you can get that are that are longer than the 90 days, right? And some of them require for you to have a certain amount of savings. Others of them merely require for you to be participating in a cultural activity where you're learning some of Thailand's knowledge. They call this a soft power visa, right? Their soft power in Thailand is like Muay Thai, cooking, language school. And if you engage in something like that, then, you can get a longer stay, right? And then, there's student visas, there's work visas. I don't even know how that's, a little bit more complicated. If you're super rich, it is super easy though. If you just like Trump is selling this gold card for, immigrating to the United States, I think there's something similar for Thailand for really, really wealthy people. Or, if you're retirement age, I think there's a retirement visa that you can get. So, it's worth looking into. It's very, very complicated. Nothing that I say should be taken as legal advice, though. I want to make sure that if you think of doing this, that you look into it. Look at the Thai embassy's website, and if you can, maybe consult somebody that is a professional, but reputable. Don't get ripped off. Supposedly my work is going to be hooking me up with somebody that will be able to tell me, you know, what the best visa for me is. Yeah, there's one that's a digital nomad or something like that. It's called a DTV visa. Given what I'm going to be doing there, that might fit the bill. But yeah. Who saw the American Airlines plane on fire today? That's the other thing I was scared about. So I saw a video by a YouTuber who said that this is a YouTuber who immigrated to Spain. Her husband actually is Spanish, right? So it makes it really easy for her. But she did a video basically saying, you know, if I had to leave America tomorrow, here's what I would do. And as far as the travel, she said that she would either she would get on, it's not a cruise ship, but there's some kind of thing where the cruise ships that are around in the Western Hemisphere for winter go to Europe for the summer. And so she got on one of those boats, which I guess was cheaper maybe than a cruise. So she would actually go by boat, right? She said it, you know, she was really worried about the situation with the you know, the danger of flying under this FAA. And I don't blame her. The other thing she said that she would try maybe is taking a train to Canada, for instance, and then getting on a plane from Canada. You hate the cold. Yeah, England is really cold. Because of the oh God, Philip Blair, you reminded me. Because of the McMahons, wait, is it both of them that were involved in that? Or was it just, Sisyphean says you will survive and thrive. Yes. I want to. I mean, I'm not going to be there alone. I'm going to be there with my, my best friend from college. So, you know, we'll watch each other's backs. Mostly him watching my back, though. I feel like he's okay. He's not in such a precarious situation as me. I had to explain to him a little bit about what life was like as a live streamer. You know, include us and the thing that like I had to explain to him like some of the harassment that I had experienced. And it's just like, it blew his mind. It blew his fucking mind. Is it a steamship? I don't even know. You saw that video too. It's in your algorithm too, Sisyphean. Wow. Quite a few countries have digital nomad visas. Thanks for the info. I'm going to start saving up. I mean, that's probably a good idea if you can. It's getting very scary in the US. Yeah, and Donald Trump is ruining everything. Superhuman in Thailand. That's what I've heard. Oh yeah, that's what I'm worried about, chat. I'm worried that like my webcam will be all hazy or something. Wouldn't that be weird if like I came on and it was like, you know, I was very hazy from the humidity? I'll have to figure out. There must be something that people do. It's wild that they are selling gold card. Like anyone with $5 million never had a barrier. Yeah, if only Elon had that option when he was. Oh my God. Omega Star, bouncing is what Irenes do best. I also pick Hassan. Omega Star, I got you. And thank you for the super chat. We're up to 15% on the dono goal already. That's a pretty good sign. We gotta make up for last night, chat. But yeah, like I said, what do we got? We got 2 hours left for the trampoline goal. We may very well hit that. Oh yeah, the trampoline. Bad. Okay, so I got that. If I need to get that out, if we hit the trampoline goal, and the other goal is the bonus content goal. We're 15% of the way there already. Oh my gosh, chat! Wow, timing. Yo, Ethan. Hi. How are you doing? Where did you come from? Oh my gosh, chat! It's my good friend Ethan Klein. It's my good friend Ethan Klein. This is my best buddy right here. Escape taxes. Oh, hat ears. wait, I didn't add this right. Buffy, I think I did recognize your gift subs to people on Twitch, right? I'm just so distracted today because like it's finally happening. In the not too distant future, I am gonna be in a different country. All of the stuff that I'm standing around is gonna be in the trash, sold to someone else, shipped maybe if I can afford to do so. And I'm gonna be in a crash out day 524. That's what it feels like. That's what it feels like. Settling anywhere is super easy if you're ultra rich. I wonder why more people don't try it. Well, I feel like Americans traditionally have, you know, there's a lot in, like America presents itself, especially to Americans, as the just center of the world. And why would you want to be, you know, as far as living anywhere, why would you want to live anywhere other than the center of the world? Everywhere is worse, right? Now, obviously, if you've traveled, you know this isn't true. And you know that there are good things and bad things about any place that you would, you know, want to go to. And it really depends on what you're looking for in life. If you border hop too much, they will pick up on it. Yes, Biva, be careful of this, all right? I'm not giving you any legal advice here. Again, if you know, if this is a big deal to you, consult an attorney if you can. I think they're probably a lot more affordable in a country with a lower cost of living. Okay, I don't know why it's not showing up, but Ophelia, thank you for the super chat. Just want to chat to know that I had a second date yesterday and went very well. Also put my vote in Hassan. Wait, there's like 2 people that are... okay, so wait. That goes to 30, I think? How that work? I'm still getting the hang of the Canadian. But yeah, the Canadians, you know, $5 still advances our trampoline goal. At least I think it does. Hassan has got what, 8% on it, I think. I want to make sure I'm not missing anything here. Okay, yeah, we're good. I used to watch Hyper RPG, a Twitch channel.
Born Standy, super chatted $10. I'm so glad you'll have a friend with whom you have history.
Right? Yeah, no, I'm very lucky to and it's not just that, it's an opportunity. You know, I'm apparently a valuable person since I've grown a YouTube channel from nothing. And I've never really played that card. And I didn't mean to play that card. It just so happens that he's got dreams too, and he's got a plan. And I want to help him make that plan an actuality. Very different style of content, very different niche than what I'm doing, but really interesting stuff. And I'll be learning. I'll be learning about you know, on location filming. I'll be learning about cameras. I'll be learning about Thailand. You're gonna get a lot of exposure to different kinds of cultural events. So yeah, I'm really lucky that, you know, and he's like the same thing. Like, oh my God, Chad, I haven't really told you this much about my, you know, my friend from college, right? But he's very left wing, but he lives in the Midwest, and he's like surrounded by, you know, MAGA people, right? So and he's like, he's kind of given up on the US. and it's weird to talk to somebody that's in that mind. I mean, like, you know what I mean? Like he is, you know, anti-Trump, anti-Elon, fairly politically aware, but has decided to kind of move where it will not affect him, and essentially like kind of given up. Now, I have not given up. You know, I'm going to be doing my content. I'm going to be continuing to stream about politics while I'm over there. And so, you know, it's kind of an interesting thing. Because I could never give up like that. I don't know, chat. You put me in any kind of situation, even the most dire and hopeless kind of situations, and I will try to see the light. I will try to find that light. I will try to magnify that light for others. So, yeah, I mean, I can't give up like that, but yeah, he kind of has. Giving up on, where are you in terms of giving up on the US? Yeah, I mean, I guess I've definitely given up on the current political system. I've given up on the Democratic Party. I do still, although I do still think there's like a utility in. Giardia would be a beautiful baby name. Oh my gosh, I never thought about it, Bloody Teeth. But I mean, you know, he's black-pilled. Unfortunately, yeah, this kind of stuff affects the entire world. Yeah, the United States is enormously powerful and enormously influential, although Trump is doing his best to kind of like, he is diminishing the influence of the US. Hassan always makes this joke that what is it, JD Pondon, he calls Donald Trump JD Pondon, and the idea is that like he is a China stan, because everything that Trump does seems to hurt the United States and lessen its influence, and to be beneficial to the second major world power, China. My folks left last year. They were well off, but the retirement wasn't enough to cover the expenses, so they sold everything and moved to Asia. Yeah, many such cases. Many such cases. Peter Thiel and James Cameron pretty much bought themselves New Zealand citizenship to be rich. Yes, indeed. But you know what? If you're rich, here's the thing, and this is gonna segue us into Ethan Klein. If you're rich, Shenbaum is a rock star. If you're rich, you can't be socialist. You can't be socialist. I'm sorry. You have to be a capitalist if you're rich. Otherwise, why are you not giving all of your money away to poor people? Right? And if you're poor, then you're a loser and your opinion doesn't matter. According to this guy. Right? There is nobody that can be a socialist. Because if you're poor, you're just doing it because you lost in the game of capitalism and it's in your self-interest and you just want to take rich people's money. And if you're rich and you're a socialist, then you're a huge hypocrite. So we're going to get into that today. Yeah, he goes after Matt Lieb. We'll try to watch that one first. He goes after Jewish Voices for Peace. You know, like a group of people that are doing something. Like Ethan says that he's against the genocide in Gaza, but he hasn't done shit. But you know what he does? He attacks people who are. China is just ready to take over. Yeah, and Trump's like making it super easy for them. And I don't know, you know, is China, you know, is China gonna be like, it's hard to do worse than the US. The US also has, like, they've just decided to be villains, right? Now, all hegemonic empires are villains. if we really, get down to brass tacks. But they're usually smart enough to LARP as heroes and to try to present themselves in the best way possible. Yeah, with a soft power, to at least pretend to be a force for good and to have more influence across the world that way. But that is not what the US is doing anymore. Curious at my country for buying a fleet of F-35s instead of getting planes from our Swedish neighbors. Now the US is pulling out of NATO and has a backdoor codes. Oh geez, that can ground all of our fleets. Damn. Yeah, it's a deal with the devil, Norwegian. It's a deal with the devil. Ethan is against Jewish voices. Must be hard for him to say that they are anti-Semitic. He says that they are tokens, right? And that's what he calls Matt Lieb too. Apparently Matt Lieb is a token. China doesn't have the same history as us though. Yeah, I mean like China's history is really interesting. And I don't think a lot of I don't feel like I got a lot of understanding and a lot of insight into just enough Chinese history to understand the current government, for instance, or understand the Civil War or the Cultural Revolution or any of these things, right? I had to sort of fill in those gaps myself. But yeah, really interesting turn that China took during the Dingus Gambit era, where some people question, is China even going towards socialism anymore? China's version of soft power is already embraced by the global South, more embraced by the global South than what the US, Canada, and Europe have been doing. Can't wait to get the fuck away from the IMF. Yeah, and the world. Yeah, the IMF, like, so they, essentially they put countries in a situation where they're forced to govern in a neoliberal manner, despite the fact that it's not in the best interest of their citizens. China hasn't done coups all over the world. Well, yeah, but SM, I would remind everybody that comparing any country to the US, that's a pretty low bar. Ethan's accusation is an actual confession. Just go see Shen Yun. That's right. Oh my God. And then there's Shen Yun. There's Falun Gong. And how neatly like things like the Epoch Times have fit. Wait, did the Epoch Times get closed down? They had some kind of scandal, right? Under Brandon? Oh my God, chat, is Trump gonna bring back the Epoch Times? Anybody know what I'm talking about? There's this news outlet called the Epoch, E-P-O-C-H Times. It is from a dissident group of Chinese immigrants who are mostly drawn from a cult called Falun Gong, and they're very anti-trans, very anti-gay, very right-wing. Yeah, Epoch Times, but they got caught doing something. I can't remember what. Shen Yun is still in operation. But yeah, actually talking about China is pretty complicated. Is Shen Yun a CIA op? I mean, or you mean the Epoch Times or Shen Yun? Well, it's complicated. As far as Shen Yun, it's complicated because they represent themselves as being like a reservoir for China's rich cultural history, which they do have. And, there is something to be said about the part of the Cultural Revolution was dealing with any institution that possessed cultural power. And in doing so, you went from, China having like take something that I'm interested in, Chad. I'm really into I started doing Tai Chi, and I learned different forms of Tai Chi. Now those forms are representative of different families which practiced those forms, which you know sort of held those secrets. And because those powers, those families held power in China, right? And you know, after the Cultural Revolution, the Yang form, the Chen form, these kind of forms were really discouraged in favor of what emerged, which was a national form, right? Like as my Tai Chi teacher likes to call it, the kami form of Tai Chi, right? And it was created to, you know, preserve, you know, what is a rich cultural tradition, but at the same time, you know, not empower any of the families or any of the cultural institutions that were that held power through that. So Xin Yun is trying to present itself as like, you know, we kept the tradition alive, and I'm not so sure about that. And I kind of X'd a doubt, given their association with the Falun Gong. Falun Gong outlets in the U.S. and U.S. government are backed. CIA and adjacent apparatus are involved. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. It's definitely in the wheelhouse of those organizations to back, you know, any sort of dissident group that they can get their hands on, whether they're, you know, there's a Chinese national form of Tai Chi. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. It's let me see if I could jog my memory here. It's funny because like in school, there was like a extracurricular class for Tai Chi. What is this called again? 24 forms, yeah. It's called the 24 forms. And it's different from what I learned, which was mostly the Yang long form and short form, and a little bit of some older forms as well. And then the Chen form I've seen and tried to practice a few times. God, the Chen form is not say that I understand that, but yeah, it's called 24 form Tai Chi. 24 posture simplified form of Tai Chi, sometimes called the Beijing form, due to its place of origin, is a shortened and modified sequence of movements based on traditional Tai Chi, developed by a group of Tai Chi masters organized by a government committee in the People's Republic, with the goal of creating an exercise routine for the general public. In 1956, the Chinese Sports Committee of the PRC gathered a group of 5 Tai Chi masters in Beijing to create a simplified form that the general public should practice to improve health and well-being. The group included Chu. Oh God, I'm gonna mess up everybody's name. I don't know. Anyway, 5 Tai Chi masters. Coach. The routine they created, sometimes known as the Beijing form, has been actively promoted by the Chinese government and has become one of the most popular Tai Chi forms worldwide. Yeah, and my school taught this. Like if you took it as an elective at my school, you would learn the 24 forms, 24 postures. Oh, they're actually not the, yeah. I gotta dig more into the history of this, but yeah, I've had a productive conversation with Chinese soft power diplomats with this profile picture. It was all zero, positive, zero bitterness. He even recommended a way for me to visit Tibet. Lee Camp visited Tibet. Wait. Did we disconnect, chat? But we're back? Do we have a momentary F? Truanon's got, Sebastian is so cool is telling me that Truanon's got a series on the Falun Gong. Anyway, chat, what I was trying to do, okay, we got to get, like, I'm sorry. Like, you're so interesting to talk to, chat. I love talk. I never spend enough time talking with you. It's one of my favorite parts of streaming. What country are you moving to? I think, Thailand. I guess I should say I don't know. I'm going to Thailand first, on a job. Or you know, to help someone hit with like a friend of mine from college with a project that he's working on that will maybe be a YouTube channel. So anyone's internet been messing up more lately, or is it just me? I feel like streamers have been disconnecting more often, so not just me. Well, reload if you need to. Oh, wait, I guess if the people that need to... Can somebody type, yeah, refresh? Because, like, I don't know, some other people might have gotten cut off. Ever since the Dalai Lama started praising Chinese Marxism, which he always does in the same paragraph of Jeffersonian democracy, I've started looking at communist China with a lot more nuance. Is it true that the threat at the Kennedy Center recently was anti-Shen Yun? I know nothing about this. I know nothing about that. I've not heard about this. Anyone want to fill me in? Still connected, no F. All right, well, if there's no problems with connections. I'm watching White Lotus tonight. I need to see this apparently. This season is in Thailand. I should watch it. I really should. Thank you, BCat, for telling people to refresh the stream. Yeah, refresh the stream. Although, like, you know, you'll probably see BCat's message before you'll hear me say that if you're in that boat. Anyway, chat, we're at 44% of the dono goal. That's pretty damn good. All right, this dono goal, if it goes to 100%, will result in me staying on a little longer and covering a little bit more content. What content? The content that you pick. How do you pick the content? You do it mostly by voting, right? That's the first thing I want you to do is vote. 145 of you have already. The vote is on in YouTube, and you can make your voice heard. Do you want to see Hassan react to Noah Samson and Ethan, which is basically the only way we're going to watch the Noah Samson video, because apparently, yo, anonymous gifter with the tier 1 subscription to Witchery Rocky. Witchery Rocky, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. Yeah, that brings us up to 50%. Like, we're halfway there. Oh my god, chat, isn't there a song about that? We're halfway there. But anyway, yeah, you can vote in this poll. Unfortunately, you have to do it on YouTube. So if you're watching me on Twitch, feel free to sneak over to nocommentchick on YouTube and place your vote. Now, I'm not telling you to leave Twitch. You watch where you want to watch, where you're most comfortable. I stream on Twitch and on YouTube to meet people where they're at. So I'm not trying to tell you to change your platform or anything like that. I'm just telling you, if you want to vote, the poll is on YouTube, so you'll have to do it there. And while you're there, leave me a like, because that helps me out a lot, and I appreciate it greatly. And then you can go back to Twitch if you want. But that is, yeah, so that's the first way that we pick what we're doing. The other way is that when you donate, and some people have already done this, you can let me know in the chat, or you can let me know in your super chat or wherever. Let me know which of these topics most interests you, which of these topics sparks your joy. And I will be sure to put your money where your mouth is, adding it as a percentage to the topic of your choice. And, you know, it causes a bonus. See, look, bonus. Yo, Paige Cotts with a gifted membership to Jasper James. Jasper James, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. And that gets us up to 53%. So, yeah, what makes the dono goal go forward? What allows you to put your money where your mouth is and add the bonuses to the topic of your choice? Well, that is anytime you do a super chat, a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership to other people, or if you support me on Throne, which right now I've only got the, the Help Irene Get to Thailand fund, which I massively appreciate anybody who donates to that, as like I'm going to be moving very soon here. So Anything you donate there will help me out immediately. Or if you support me on Patreon or on Twitch, which I appreciate greatly, because dudes like this have been doing their darndest to make sure that small political streamers such as myself do not get monetized on Twitch. And indeed, we don't get monetized because we talk about politics. Politics is controversial, so no monetization for you, I guess, right? But when you support me on Twitch, then it doesn't matter, and dudes like this can cope and seethe that their evil plan has been fooled. Pentaxenstein just got weaseled by Philip Blair. Philip Blair, thank you for the gifted membership to Pentaxenstein. And Pentaxenstein, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Ethan going after Matt. Yeah. Fran will, Francesca will, the Frantifa will rip Ethan apart. Yeah, he's messing with the Frantifa. Didn't anybody tell him? Oh no, now that's a song too. Didn't anybody tell her? Okay, anyway. Chat, I got so much going through my head right now. But yeah, those are the ways that you push the dono goal forward. And if we get to 100% by the end of the stream, then I'll stay on a little longer. I'll cover another topic, the topic of your choice. A combination of, your votes and your donations decide what that topic will be. If we get to 200%, guess what? 2 topics. That's right. And so on and so on and so on. I don't think we've ever hit 3 topics, but I mean, that's a possibility too. Anyway, so that's how it goes. That's how we're going to go through tonight. I have been edging you for long enough already. Let's get into the content, right? Wow, I did. Oh my gosh. Thank you for the Throno. Should I say, the Throne Dono, which I am calling a Throno for whatever reason. Anonymous? Thank you, Anon. And yeah, that brings us up to what is that? Oh my gosh, chat. Are we at 81%? Is my math correct? Wait, is that right? Wait. Yeah, 81. It's my math is not mathing tonight, chat. Anyway, let's get going. Let's see what Ethan's got for us. We'll start off on the Matt Lieb stuff, just so I'm giving you the story that's on the thumbnail first, and then there's a few other things too I want to go over with Ethan Klein, but let us start out with Matt Lieb.
All just a bunch of Nazis.
Anywho,
were funded by American.
This guy came up.
Okay. Oh yeah, I'm trying to turn the music on so you can hear what Ethan is saying. All right, let's see what this is about.
Up on my radar when he had Hassan on his show, and he was just like, yeah, everybody knows Ethan Klein is like, thinks the Jews are more entitled to the land, and he's like a Jewish supremacist. And I was like, bro, what the fuck?
Never said that.
Of course not. And then I found out that this guy...
So you gotta love this, right? Did you hear what he said? I never said that. I never said that. I didn't say that. So what Ethan has a knack for is when somebody characterizes what he says in a way that's not his exact words, he loves to be like, I never said that. Like, yeah, you didn't say exactly, right? But on the other hand, he doesn't extend that sort of benefit of the doubt to other people.
It's like, thinks the Jews are more entitled to the land, and he's like a Jewish supremacist. And I was like, bro, what the fuck?
Never said that.
So the question is, did Matt Lieb even say what Ethan is saying, right? Because like he will take your words and he will twist and contort them into something that is utterly unrecognizable from what you actually said. But if you use anything other than his exact words, and I swear to God, I don't think using his exact words, I don't think a direct quote, I don't think that would even help, right? he would probably still complain. He's got a double standard. That's what I can't stand about this guy. He wants to play debate bro without any sort of moral consistency whatsoever. Right? Rules for thee, not for me. That's what Ethan Klein is all about.
Of course not. And then I found out that this guy works for Good Mythical Morning.
Yeah.
The most family-friendly show on the internet. And I'm like, listen, I like Rhett and Link. They should know that they're working with this brand risk guy who
Any GMM fans in chat? Good Mythical Morning was in my algorithm a long time ago. And I just have not kept up with them. Yeah, Rhett and Link are the two guys. Really funny. But I don't know. Are they super, what, like non-controversial? Is this true? Can anybody vouch for what he's saying? Oh, the sniffling. You know what, Lemon Wizard? I was watching this earlier today, and I turned it up to 1.5 times, and oh my god. It was almost too much.
Had bad empanada.
Yeah.
And laughed with bad empanada about how the Holocaust was nothing special.
I caught you having bad empanada on. You had bad empanada. Nobody's allowed to have bad empanada. Like, so look at what Ethan's doing. Not only does he try to deplatform people, not only does he try to, while bitching about, cancel culture himself, does he try to, like, unironically fucking, cancel other people, but also you can't talk to a guy that Ethan Klein doesn't approve of, right? If you like, oh my gosh, he talked to bad empanada. Okay, so you know what that does? That's a further way of, if you want to talk about like the idea of cancellation and like what's bad about it, part of it is this. If there's some asshole going around, DMing, emailing, calling anybody whose show you happen to be on, and be like, this guy's a brand risk. How dare you have this person on? Then yeah, you are. I mean, that's like a real, and pernicious version of the cancel culture, as opposed to the just like somebody said something bad about me on Twitter, which is most of the time what Ethan's complaining about.
Sure. Here is some of my takes on him, and I'll show you some of the clips. Do Rhett and Link know that Matt Lieb conducted an interview with Bad Empanada? I mean, that alone should be career ending. At least in terms of like
career ending. So yeah, no. If you ever talk to Bad Empanada, not only do you get in trouble, not only do you get Karen'd, but your career is over. You're not, now nobody's allowed to talk to you. This is fucking Destiny. No, this is worse than Destiny, chat. Destiny has 2 blacklists, supposedly, right? One of them, wait, I'm trying to remember how it works. One of them is just like, he won't talk to any of these people, right? Destiny, that's just a ban from Destiny stream, which is not that big of a deal, right? But then he's got a second blacklist, which is like, I will not talk to anybody who talks to these people. I think President Sunday was on that list for a while. I can't remember who else. But it's like you're like doing it's like sanctions or something. I don't know how to describe it. It's like a quarantine or oh god, what's the word for it, chat? It's on the tip of my tongue. What's the word for this? Keffel's level of paranoia and control freakdom. Wow, did Keffels get into this stuff? It's been a while since I've had to deal with Keffels.
Working with Rhett and Link.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you don't get to talk.
But yeah, Girly Sound, I will say that Keffels definitely had that rules for me, not for the thing going.
To somebody like Bad Empanada. And then continue on to have like a mainstream job. I'm sorry. It's like, he's that fucking insane. And
look, chat, I'm gonna have to be asking Bad Empanada to, like, I'm gonna be having to look for, like, Bad Empanada's gonna own like the entirety of Argentina, and I will be asking Bad Empanada for a room in one of his mansions, right?
Everybody knows it. That's the thing. Everybody knew it. Before October 7th, everybody knew it. Hassan used to rant about how he's never going to have Bad Empanada on his show because he's fucking insane. Because he has a ton of Reddit accounts and he harasses and doxes people and he's out of his mind. Mm-hmm. Then all of a sudden, everybody's bringing Bad Empanada on the show. Isn't that fucking interesting? So there's that one. Here it is from, I think this was just from 2 days ago.
Yeah, Ernan, that's the sense of it. Yeah, ostracized. There's another word I'm thinking of. I can't. It's not coming to mind.
Here's Maddie.
But ostracized pretty much says it all. All right, so here we go. Matt Lieb, who I think works. I don't know in what capacity Matt works for Good Mythical Morning. But he's in front of the camera here. And this is what sets Ethan off. Hassan is back to ignoring Bad Empanada. Apparently not enough for Ethan. Not enough for Ethan, right?
Boy sitting tableside with these two friends. These guys are so family dang friendly, man.
Bad Empanada streamer house, yeah.
Just look at them.
Exiled, kind of. It's the right idea.
And they're just handsome and they're tall. And they've never had a controversial thought.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And here's Matt Lieb stinking up the place, being like, "Oh, actually, Rhett and Link, the Holocaust was nothing special." Let's hear from.
So extra doubt on that, right? Like the way that Ethan is characterizing it is like Matt Lieb doesn't care about the Holocaust. I don't think that's true. But they're I can imagine Matt Lieb saying something about the fact that there are a lot of genocides that we don't talk about, including genocides that are going on right now in countries like the Congo. They're Rwanda, Yemen, right? Genocide is not a unique, sort of black swan type event. Unfortunately, genocide is way too fucking common.
From Bad Empanada, the violent, psychotic, fucking anti-Semite who fantasizes about killing Ethan and Hila in a video game on camera that he was suspended for 7 days for.
Wait,
Matt Lieb
Mythical Kitchen and Last Meals? What, they make you like the meal that you would eat if it was like your last meal?
Interviewed him after that happened, by the way. Let's continue on, shall we? Matt Lieb is also a contributor to H3 Snark.
Yeah.
This is like a grown-ass man.
How dare you snark?
Who's like a respected member of this community.
How dare you snark?
Works for Good Mythical Morning, and he's browsing H3 Snark.
Didn't you know you're not allowed to do snarks? Didn't you know? Didn't you know that if you snark, you're not allowed to work anywhere?
Can we please?
Well, not just browsing, but participating.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, participating.
Yeah.
And in the old one and the new one, he's saying, "I love you." This was a post of someone saying like, "I'm unsubbing from the H3
Wait, is this
podcast,
real?
and I'm subbing to Matt."
Fun fact, Ethan and Hila met at a Holocaust museum. Hila claimed she was interested in Ethan because he looked bored at the quote unquote the stupid museum. Her words, I'm guessing. Matt definitely cares. He went on the most Holocaust-centric episode of Behind the Bastards. Oh, I didn't know he was on Behind the Bastards. That's awesome.
Matt Lieb. What was that from? When the first time we spoke about Matt Lieb, that he responded to me. Anywho, that was from the old one, and then he's back in the new one. This was a recent screenshot, so this just happened a day or two ago.
Wait. I have the video clip, but oh, you mean you have the actual file? Too big to post in Discord, and I don't have Nitro. Yeah, I can relate to that problem. Upload it somewhere if you have ideas. Play something. What I've seen people do before is to put it on your YouTube account, right? There should be like a button that says create. When you look at YouTube, if you click it, you'll have 3 options. Well, you'll probably have 2 options. Upload video or create post. I also have go live, but I think you have to do something to enable going live. But anyway, if you upload your video to your YouTube channel, it might work. That's my best idea.
He's commenting in here. So
I
what?
think he interviewed Frogan, and we talked about
Oh,
that maybe.
Frogan. It was with Frogan.
Maybe.
And he was accusing me of obsessing over like
The
Arabs
tier
and stuff.
list, I think. It was
was
after
defending
the tier list. Yeah.
And Matt Lieb is one of the
People are telling me that Matt Lieb's been on Behind the Bastard multiple times. That's really cool. Wow, this guy knows how to make friends. I really like Robert Evans from what I've seen. I don't know a lot about him, so I'm not like, yeah, I don't know, maybe there's something I wouldn't like, but from what I've seen, yeah, Robert Evans is really cool.
these guys who's like, he's Jewish, and he loves that because he allows himself to be tokenized to the max.
Yeah.
Like it's such a privileged POV to be like, I'm an American Jew, and I don't have, and I've never known or had a need for anybody that's ever had to like been forcibly removed from their homes in the Middle East and had nowhere to go. So I'm gonna sit here and judge Israelis and be like, I'm the token good Jew.
I think the first time we covered Robert Evans was when Vosh randomly like attacked him. And I looked into it. Like I looked into what Vosh was complaining about, right? Because Vosh was saying that Robert Evans had like gone after him. I looked into it and he wasn't even talking about Vosh, right? It was just like, I think somebody asked him about, I'm trying to remember why Vosh took offense, but I was like dumbfounded because I was like going into this thinking, you know, Robert Evans had called out Vosh, and it's like Vosh just got like I think he saw something that Robert Evans had said on Reddit, and he read himself into it, which is kind of a, you know, self-report. That's the word for it.
On the approved list of good Jews that Hassan wants me to talk to. You really got to talk to this guy, Matt Lieb. And he says shit like, Ethan's a Jewish supremacist. He defends the Sabra shit. Like, he's basically on...
Wait, what did Robert Evans do to Andy No?
His niece. Yes, he's just, please, I want to be a good Jew. I'm a good Jew. Please, guys, please. I'll do it. I'll do whatever.
Ethan said something that they didn't want to leave in the show. And that's when this is the button, chat. This is the infamous button. Old-timey joke? Oh my god, that's a Jimmy Lee thing.
Philip BL, super chatted $10. In his farewell address, along with giving us term military-industrial complex, Eisenhower spoke of 3 holocausts so far in the century. Would Ethan call General Eisenhower pro-Nazi?
Yeah, he would say
seriously exploding head.
Eisenhower said the Holocaust was nothing special, I guess. Yeah, that's I mean that's the kind of like I don't know what Matt Lieb actually said that Ethan's talking about, but I do know, I can guess the spirit in which, you know, of what he was trying to get across there, which is the fact that unfortunately genocides are not rare. And that should scare all of us. But thank you, Philip. Thank you for the super chat. Huh, weird. It's like they got their the fuck? I guess that's supposed to be Howie Mandel.
There's these groups called like Jewish Voices for Peace. I criticize them as being like allowing themselves to be tokenized. And Hassan said, "Oh, you think they're capos?" And I was like, "Fish, what are you fucking talking about? That's not what I said at all." Jewish Voices for Peace, there's 20,000 members of this group. Not all, and you don't even have to be Jewish.
There we go again. There we go again. Right? Anybody characterizes what you said in a way that makes you look bad, and you call them a liar, and yet you are all the time twisting people's words into things that don't even resemble what they said. Like, if you're gonna, you just gave your audience the idea that Matt Lieb doesn't care about the Holocaust. I can guarantee you that is not true. If this was something, if somebody did this to Ethan, Ethan would be talking about suing them for defamation. He literally said capos. Ethan literally said that. He called them collaborators. Literally said they were Jewish collaborators with Nazis. The fuck? Yeah, what do you expect, Ethan? What do you fucking expect? Ethan is purposely ignoring that Daniel Mate was on the same episode of the pod. He doesn't. Oh yeah, so he's not going to go after Daniel.
Join the group, okay? So let's say 10,000 Jews are members of Jewish Voices for Peace, and they tour all around the country, showing up at every like pro-Palestinian.
And I love this guy that's like against the genocide that's going on, but he's got to marginalize Jewish Voices for Peace, a group that's actually organizing a hell of a lot of protests. In fact, didn't they just go to Trump Tower? The most recent one that I saw was that they sent like 100 people into Trump Tower. They had coats on, and when they got in, they took their coats off, and they were protesting against the unlawful detention of Mahmoud Khalil. And what is Ethan doing? He's against genocide. What is he fucking done? You want to criticize other people's activism and compare them to like collaborators with anti-Semites? And yet, what the fuck are you doing? Because allowing one genocide to happen puts everyone at risk. And part of the way that you can say, the part of the way that you can make never again more than just an aspiration but a pledge is to stand up against any attempt to enact a genocide against any group. It only works when we all stand up for each other. And Ethan, who the fuck are you standing up for? All I see you ever doing is sitting down.
Protest or whatever the fuck they're doing, and they parade them around like here's one of the good Jews. It's 10,000 people of.
They parade them around. No, those people are there because they believe in a cause, and they want to put they're willing to risk something. They're willing to, you go to a protest. I don't know if you know this, Ethan, but sometimes you go to a protest, it's completely peaceful, and you get the shit kicked out of you by cops. You get pepper sprayed, you get not just pepper sprayed, like you get like basically chemical weapons used against you, rubber bullets, flashbangs, etc., etc., etc. They're putting their lives on the line in a lot of ways.
6 million in America, and part of the disgusting propaganda that they do is that they try to convince everybody that.
Oh, I think you're right, Buffy.
This represents the Jewish majority, but it's not.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It does not represent it.
All right.
Wait,
yeah, he's a total piece.
He looks like Beavis from Beavis and Butthead. Do we need to get the comparison out? Wait, why is it so hard to find? Oh, here we go. Here's a forward-facing Beavis. I see the comparison. Yeah, the only thing is Beavis doesn't have the Esteban. Wait, is there a Beavis with an Esteban? Beavis with a goatee. Can we find that? He kind of looks like Beavis, and he looks a little bit like Butthead too, though. He looks like if they had a child together. Ethan, Beavis, goatee. Oh my God, what the fuck? Oh, chat, this is cursed. Look, chat, it's Bosch Butthead. Arctic Monkeys and Bell and Oh, I get their hipsters. I get it. I get it. Okay, well, it's not quite. Like, that's not quite the Esteban, but whatever. He's got the Esteban.
Shit. I hate it. And I'm so glad to see that. I mean, dude, as a Jewish guy, how are you going to sit across from Bad Empanada or Frogan and be like, it's cool. The Sabra tier list is awesome.
I'm sorry, Ethan, but you are seeing anti-Semitism where it doesn't exist. Meanwhile, very real anti-Semitism is being paraded around, rubbed in our face by very prominent people. Elon Musk just today retweeted straight up Holocaust revisionism. It's not like the anti-Semitism isn't out there. It's very much out. It's never been, at least in my lifetime, more prominent than it is right now. And you're worried about what? Bad Empanada and Frogan? That's where you think the anti-Semitism is coming from? Holy shit, dude. Look, you can even find people, that say free Palestine that are legitimately, anti-Semitic. I think like people like, Jackson Hinkle, fit that mold. But no, he's worried about Bad Empanada and Frogan because Frogan doesn't like your shitty store-bought hummus.
So I'm going to totally co-sign everything. It wasn't anti-Semitic at all. Bad Empanada hates Jewish people. That's not even like in debate. And for him to like sit there and platform him, and I mean, this is the equivalent of like.
And also, Ethan's making the assumption like he's marginalizing Jewish Voices for Peace, right? Look, there's a group, the people that are members of JVP number 2000. He said you don't have to be, Jewish to join. So, some of those members maybe not Jewish, but he doesn't realize that these people represent each person that actually gets involved in the organization represents a shitload of people who are not, who might not be active in protest, but who agree with what they're saying.
Imperial platforming Candace Owens.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Dan Blitzerian. There we go.
It's the same type of thing. And it's like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? Like, at least frankly, it's more ironic in Ben's case because he apparently cares about Jewish issues and stuff. I don't think Matt Lieb cares about Jewish issues at all.
The fuck? How would you know that? He keeps on making these claims unsupported by anything. Like, I don't think Matt Lieb cares about Jewish people or Jewish issues. Based on what? Based on what, Ethan? Based on, because you made it the fuck up. Because it's convenient for your narrative.
Also, the interview with Bad Empanada wasn't like really old. It wasn't like from October 2023.
No,
it was from a month ago.
No, it just
They
happened.
were just like talking after, if I remember the timeline correctly, after Bad Empanada was banned for 7 days for like trying to portray killing you guys in the video game.
Yep.
What? Wait, when did this happen, chat? Is this recent? Wait, when was this? When was this? I'm sorry, let's rewind this. This is Galia. Yeah, this reminds me of the.
But now they're a freaking communist.
Thank you for subscribing, civilian victim of Havana syndrome. I hope you recover. Havana syndrome, that's a tough one. This is like Ethan. You know how I always accidentally call him Elon? I always like say the wrong name when I'm talking about Ethan or Elon. that replace the replacement of people like Sam and Cameron and some of the people that have quit recently with people like Galia. It kind of reminds me of the whole Amon animation of Elon going into Twitter and replacing the employees with sycophants. Like, your crew doesn't like it when you fucking crash out on Hassan. Well, get somebody who stalks Hassan. She'll agree with you.
Yep, it was after that.
And Matt Lieb was like, okay, here we go, bad empanada.
He's like, cool. Hey, you don't want to kill me, right? I'm one of the good Jews you don't want to kill, right? All right. It's like, bro, you have the... he's such a little scumbag, but he just wants to be accepted.
Wait, he played Al-Aqsa, the Al-Aqsa Flood game? Well, yeah, but did he get banned for that? What did he get? Did he get his YouTube channel banned? Only there to egg Ethan on. She's a cheerleader for hate. Yeah, she really is.
It's so badly. And that's fine. You get a decorated seat at the table there, bud. I feel like I'm missing context of... We've talked about him before. And that he responded to me. Do you know what? I talked about him in the... I talked about him in the video briefly that I made recently. Is that what prompted that we got to save the kids?
I think what
Post?
prompted we gotta save the kids are your stories.
Your
that
stories,
you just
I
posted.
think.
So
something.
you showed the album with the stories. And then Matt Lieb replied.
So he said in response to this, I'm 100% against anyone calling CPS.
Oh yeah, good point, Arenza. There's also like a tendency. There's also this phenomenon going on where the same people that not so long ago would constantly shit on Ethan in a very similar way to which they shitted on iDubbbz. That being that they were like, Ethan used to be cool. We liked his anti-SJW content, but then he married Gila and he became politically correct, and we don't like this Ethan, right? Those same people, the Nicholas Diorios, the Turkey Toms, the Willie Max, etc. They're like Ethan's new friends. And he won't cop to the fact that he's in touch with Destiny in his community, but I mean, the fucking deny methinks thou doth protest too much, Ethan. Like, yeah, why are they saying I have anything to do with Destiny? We never talked about Destiny. No, there's nothing about. We don't like Destiny. We don't agree with Destiny. Ethan DMCA'd all of BE's videos about him, and the only the secretary video got deleted. Oh, he made the claim. Okay, so that got so you're saying recently then Bad Empanada caught a ban for that secretary thing.
YouTubers they don't like 48 hours after being harassed by Ethan Klein. Bitch, it's not harassment. Grow up.
Wait, I'm trying to figure out what he's actually saying here. It looks like he's replying to Ethan's Instagram story here. Matt Lieb is a contributor to the H3 Stark subreddit, the old one and the new one. This is the community responsible for CPS visiting us. So wait, what? I'm trying to figure out this tweet. I feel like I need more context. Or I could just assume the worst like Ethan, right? 100% against anyone calling CPS on YouTubers they don't like. 48 hours of being harassed by Ethan later. We got to save them kids. Wait, see, I don't even know if he's saying this about himself. I don't get it. I feel like I need more context here. I'm no context chick, chat. The YouTube affiliate guy at YouTube story. Wait, what? Story was involved. Viktor Frankl called out traitors to humanity in his 1988 Vienna address. Oh my god, I've read. Why am I not remembering that name of that the book? Viktor Frankl, Man's Search for Meaning, right? Yeah, like freshman year of college.
These people are so pathetic.
He can talk about us, but you cannot respond. I always love that.
Bro, you on your show, and I hope you can find this, said that I'm a Jewish supremacist. And then when I call you a piece of shit, call you out, you go, oh, I'm being harassed. Like, how do these people always go to the same pathetic talking points?
I don't know.
How is it harassment that I made a few Insta stories about?
I mean, it's harassment because you got a community full of vicious stands, right?
You pathetic fucking worm.
You choose to participate in a snark Reddit page with your name on it, and then it's a problem that Ethan points it out. I'm sorry.
So BE said he was contacted by his YouTube affiliate guy. He has an affiliate guy? Oh, good for him. As in Ethan Klein as a guy at YouTube that deals with DMCA issues. Contacted by his? Wait, when you say his YouTube affiliate guy, do you mean Ethan's guy or BE's? Because it wouldn't surprise me if wait, affiliate guy? No, we're partners, chat. So the way that it works on Twitch, I'm an affiliate on Twitch, right? The numbers are starting to look more like partner numbers, so maybe eventually I'll be a partner. The partner, you get the affiliate program pretty easily, and then the partner program, comes along later if you maintain 75 viewers or something like that, an average of 75 viewers. So we're getting there. But as far as on YouTube, as soon as I crossed the 1,000, 1,000 subs and 4,000 watch hours, I became a YouTube partner. So almost everybody that you see on YouTube, unless they're a very small channel that's not monetized, is a partner.
Sorry, it's
the interview Bad Empanada, bro.
Affiliate. I'm trying to think affiliate. What affiliate means for YouTube?
Disgraceful to participate in a snark page. It is, and
I think it's
Ethan
disgraceful as
is allowed to point.
Yeah, exactly, Ophelia. Exactly.
And also,
and if that's too much for you, maybe get off the internet.
Right.
And
or at least
maybe don't work for.
Oh no, I'm not complaining. I mean, the terms are. I'm just trying to make sure I understand. Just remember it from BE's video when he said that Ethan's YouTube. So it's Ethan's YouTube guide. Thank you. That helps. Yeah, it makes sense that Ethan would, with a 2.7 million sub channel that's still shrinking, that he'd have a YouTube guy.
A reputable company like Red and Link. You don't deserve to work there.
I was gonna say you don't have to get off the internet, but you should certainly get off that show.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he should be fired, frankly. And I hope he is fired because he's pathetic. And he interviewed basically a terrorist. He sat across from someone who is literally tweeted out he wants to jerk off to fuck.
Yeah, like they keep on talking about this phenomenon of snark as if it's this like uniquely evil thing. But they don't get that the way that they're describing the snark phenomenon applies to their entire operation.
Fucking the images of dead children from October 7th. Like, do I need to pull up the greatest hits? No.
We might need to because every time things get clipped, I don't know. So maybe it's good to have those moments in there.
All right, I'll pull it up.
Yeah, it's so horrible. It's just a lot of people over and over again.
All right, you guys want to know about Bad Empanada? He says he says it's fake, but he's like a maniac. He's a total fucking maniac. And even Hassan says it in the
He's a maniac
video where he's like, "Oh, I hate Empanada. I'll never bring him on the show." And he's like, he has millions of Twitter accounts. He like obsessively harasses.
Okay, this has been explained by Hassan in I think a pretty clear way. All right, you got 3 versions of Bad Empanada, right? First version is a history YouTuber. And he's a damn good history YouTuber, right? And almost everybody, I feel like I've even seen like Vosh acknowledge that, right? Even the people that hate Bad Empanada's guts and lie about him day and night, right? Will acknowledge that his main channel, Bad Empanada, is he does good work on history videos, right? Then you got the second channel, and that is Bad Empanada Live, and he's gonna go after people. He's gonna so like that's a more confrontational version of Bad Empanada, right? And then you got a third version of Bad Empanada, and that is the Bad Empanada that you may run into on Twitter. And that's the one that people say is like unhinged and or whatever else. And you know, I mean, Zara's had issues with Bad Empanada. One version of Bad Empanada's account, actually, I thought it was really funny, blocked me right when I came into, he was calling Zara an idiot, and I'm like, hey, she's actually right. You know what it was on, chat? And I'm not saying this to like own Bad Empanada. I'm just saying this to acknowledge that a mature version or a mature view on an individual is generally a nuanced version of on an individual, and I have developed a kind of nuanced view on Bad Empanada. But yeah, he's it was like Keffels. Bad Empanada had donated a bunch of money to Keffels, the fund that was supposed to go towards suing the Ontario police. It never actually did. The money got spent on other things apparently. And Zara was trying to point out, some kind of negative things about Keffels that Bad Empanada had not yet realized. Now, this was ironically a couple months before Keffels went on an anti-Bad Empanada tirade. Like he just hadn't gotten the message that Keffels was basically a subsidiary of Vosh at this point, and to treat her accordingly, and was still defending her. But Zara knew what was up and tried to just point it out, and it was apparently enough to get called a moron by so yeah, like the Bad Empanada that you run into on Twitter, sometimes speaks before he thinks, let's just say. Right? But then, the Bad Empanada that makes videos on his main channel, like I said, a pretty damn good history YouTuber.
And dox people. And
he hates him until he started talking about you. And in his own words, Hassan's words, he said, Bad Empanada...
Obsessive Audio is telling us... So yeah, Gila, you can see, is talking on the same model of mic that I have. It's a XLR mic, SM7B. Ethan, what has he got? A AKG condenser mic, and it picks up every sniff. And yeah. So like he was talking about maybe trying to find a way to like minimize the sniffs. I guess they've tried to EQ the sniffs out, and it's just there's no way to do it. But the mic that he's using is not doing him any favors if he wants to minimize the sniffs.
Turn into good empanada. It's that shallow for Hassan.
Yeah, well, and Matt Lieb too. And I was going to say it's disgraceful also for a Jewish man to sit across from Bad Empanada.
Absolutely. I mean,
so anyway, he said.
Wait, I'm sorry. Who's policing what's a good Jewish man and not? I thought that was Matt Lieb. I thought that was Hassan. I thought it was Hassan that was telling you talk to a Jewish man on the list of approved Jews for like, right? I thought that was Hassan that was. I feels kind of like maybe it's Ethan Klein. Disgraceful for a Jewish man to sit across from Bad Empanada. Okay.
Bad Empanada's comments about when he turned on Hassan.
About he said
those were like
liberal.
He like really hated.
Is that a USB mic? You mean Ethan's or mine? Mine is XLR.
On Jewish people there. I don't know.
Oh yeah, that comment was pretty gross.
Yeah.
I mean, and he also called AB a house slave.
Yeah.
For not quitting.
Yeah.
I guess leaving. Actually, yeah, his comment about Hassan is worth looking at because it was pretty vile, and he can't deny it.
BE picking apart Ethan and Hila isn't really him defending Hassan. It's just the vessel. Yeah, it's like he doesn't defend Hassan. He has a lot of he has a lot of criticisms for Hassan lately, and he's criticized Hassan before.
Was him. But anyway, I didn't finish this Matt Lieb quote.
Okay.
I'm 100% against calling CPS on YouTubers they don't like. Okay. So far, so good. 48 hours after...
I can see from chat that I have a lot of audio experts in here. Do I have any video experts? I really need a recommendation, chat. When I get to Thailand, the first thing that I'm gonna try to pick up is gonna be like a slightly better camera. Like I want to get beyond webcams. I want to get a real camera, but I don't know what to get. People have told me Sony A6100, 6300, 6400, 6700. What is the other one? Sony 7, what is it? 7C Mark II or something?
Being harassed by Ethan Klein. We got it.
Just get a DSLR?
Save them kids.
Like any DSLR? I need some video experts in chat if we have any.
Like that is just not okay.
Well, the main thing that I want a Cephassive audio is to replace my I mean I'm using what I think is a really good webcam, right? It's the Elgato face cam. And I haven't seen a lot of webcams that are better than this one. Osmo Action. I keep on hearing about Osmo. If you want the lowest price point, I keep on hearing about Osmo. Yeah. Is that the small one or is that the big one? So if you're Jewish and against genocide, you're that's what he's saying. I don't know. He can give you recs based on budget. Okay, well, Canon or Sony people, the ones that I've been looking at, I think are under 1,000, but I don't know. Ostensibly, I'm going to be doing more like on location stuff. So, but I'm mainly looking for something that like the main consideration for my camera is that it will do a good job with live streaming, right? I might try to use it for other stuff too, but the main consideration has got to still be about streaming. Osmos and GoPros are great out of the box. What's the other one? Like is there like a OBS camera that like follows you around?
Ethan pointing out that you participate in a snark page under your own name is totally legitimate. You joking about saving our kids is
what's the DJI one, chat?
Not legitimate.
Yeah, Insta360 link.
And if you want to pretend like you're
is the Insta360 link? It's one that like moves and like follows you
morally above us. How are you gonna tweet stuff like that? That's just not okay.
Well, that's why he tokenized himself so he can feel special.
Well, you're not special. You're just a snarker, just as bad as all of them.
Yeah.
Does Red and Link approve of that message about
I
taking kids
promise
away?
you they don't.
I would like to know.
I would like to know
their comment on this.
From everything that I could always tell, they're really good people. I promise you, if they see this, they're not okay with that.
Yeah, because they have kids too.
And I wish that somebody would send it to them. I don't have contact with them. I mean,
this is one of those things that if you get Tolkienized himself, says the dude who never referenced his religion outside of genocide support. Oh, sorry, no, tokenized. Oh, yeah, sorry, I thought you said Tolkienized, Morbert. I somehow read that as like J.R. Tolkien. Anyway.
The problem with tweets like this,
I hope they see it.
They think it's like all fun.
Okay, so yeah, like what I was trying to say is that here's the deal, all right? And I've seen this happen, right? If you hear about the CPS thing from Ethan's video, it sounds, compelling. You feel bad for him. Because here's a YouTuber saying that I got CPS called on me for, essentially by haters, by people, by anti-fans, right? And if that's what that was, if that was why, CPS was called, that'd be one thing. But if you actually see the clip, chat, I feel like, look, I hate to do this, but I feel like there's a need for somebody to make a video centered around what Ethan Klein actually said, so that potentially more people will see that first, rather than, just get Ethan's very distorted description of what happened.
Silly. The problem is CPS actually came to our house, and when you guys justify it with jokes like this, it's creating the environment in which it's okay for people to do this, where they feel like this is acceptable. They go,
look, it's not okay to call CPS on somebody that, your only reason for doing it is because you disagree with them, even if they're doing something really bad and you disagree with them for a good reason. Yeah, calling CPS is obviously inappropriate. But like Chad is saying, it doesn't accept anonymous tips in California. And there is indeed a clip of Ethan talking about the situation at home that's really concerning. Now, like I said, there's every chance that Ethan amplified the comedic elements of that story and told a story that wasn't exactly accurate to his real situation at home, just for laughs, right? And if that's the case, it's still kind of Ethan's fault. Like, not that I don't want, if his, if he's got a safe and loving home for his kids, I don't want those kids, taken out of that. And I've read a lot of horror stories about things that can happen with CPS. So I'm not like, I'm not cavalier about this at all. But I can also see somebody reacting to his description of the situation at home and being legitimately worried. And I can't say that they're wrong for being worried. Like, I'm not endorsing, any kind of, real life action or, anything like that. But I also can't say that, anybody who would be concerned is entirely wrong. And I'm also I'm also confused about the fact that the CPS person told him it was somebody from. Didn't they say that it was somebody who worked in the house? So why is he attacking Snark if it's somebody from his real life? If it's a prank, it's a shitty prank. Exactly, Amlo Aluche. But there are grounds for general concern. Yeah.
Yeah, he harassed Matt Lieb. I guess it was kind of justified.
No, it's not okay on any level.
By the way, he quote tweeted this. All I said is Matt Lieb is a contributor.
I'm not convinced that Matt Lieb was saying that calling in a phony CPS concern is okay. I need more context to really know what Matt Lieb was saying in that tweet.
To the H3 Snark subreddit, the old one and the new one. This is the community responsible for CPS visiting us. He goes, yeah, that's bad, but actually,
Yeah, McGoggles, that's what I thought too.
What? They're kind of based and correct.
We also cannot see it in this screenshot, but this
Philip
tweet that he tweeted,
super chatted $5. Why does Ethan keep talking about the California Park Service? National Park, by the way, the Yosemite, Hetch Hetchy, is absolutely gorgeous.
I've never been there.
Cat with heart eyes.
God, there's so much of the U.S. that I haven't seen, and that I may never see. I'm entirely like I may never come back to U.S. I don't know. It's entirely possible. Yeah, why is the California Park Service catching strays from this? Good point, Philip Blair. I should see Yosemite? I don't have a lot of time. I have like a week and some change. Imagine reaching out to Matt and asking him what he meant. Yeah, exactly. Instead of hallucinating fan fiction live on air. Buffy says also a CPS visit to a family where there's no problem is not like a huge problem in my opinion. They're making sure, yeah, like I'm guessing that what they get is a lot of calls where they go out and check out the situation, and maybe most of the time they find out they decide that there's not an issue. There's no intervention that needs to take place, but they were there in case there was. Thing with being reported to CPS is that he is now in the system and will be under suspicion for every boo-boo his kids get. Well, yeah, like I said, if there wasn't really like an issue, then this is tragic. That they if he's under the magnifying glass from now on, right? If he's providing a safe and loving home for his children, which I have no reason to believe he's not, then that's tragic. But you got to ask yourself why this tragedy happened. And to me, the more likely answer than because some snarkers wanted to weaponize CPS against him is that he told a story that made it sound like his kids were in fucking danger, right? So again, I go back to, who do you blame for this? And the answer time and time again, Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein is to blame for this, right? Whether it was a fucked up story that he was embellishing or whether, he really is, negligent enough to let his children crawl on the floor with dog poop. It's Ethan. Emlos Aluche says, you will love Thailand. New adventures incoming. Enjoy every one of them. And I know those IRL streams. Oh, God. Yeah. I was thinking, chat, I almost had it set up to where I was going to get to do spend some time in Japan, but it's not going to happen right away.
It has like 500,000 views and 8K likes. He's like
my friend who's going to be my boss down there was talking about maybe going and spending a little time in Japan, like spending a weekend in Japan. But when he was willing to pay for that for me, I was like all on board. But yeah, I can't. Japan is expensive. Japan is stupid expensive.
Like basically promoting it even more. Like, okay, yeah, CPS was a good call, actually, yeah.
Wait,
that tweet.
Is it still up?
Yeah, it's still up.
Well, send it here. That's the thing too. When you tokenize yourself, especially on Twitter, you get.
That's the thing, Chazardus. Yeah, live streams, IRL live streams in Japan just seem like a bad idea. Spending time like, here's the deal. If I go to Japan, I will not say anything about being a streamer to anyone because apparently Japan has been hit with so many fucked up American streamers. Vietnam, isn't it expensive? The Philippines' vegetarian food often contains fish because culturally it's not really considered meat. Inform yourself about stuff like that. Good advice, Ophelia.
Your voice gets amplified. They bring you to the front of the crowd. Look at this good Jewish guy. See? They agree with us.
Okay, Matt Lieb. So, Mr. Good Jewish, I'm a great parent, and I doubt that you really think that our kids should be taken away. So are you really going to stand by this statement?
He's kidding.
He's kidding. Wait, Ethan knows he's kidding? Why is he acting like this? He got mad at what does anybody in chat know like, is Singapore really cheap? I didn't know that. Or like low cost of living kind of oh, the big glasses girl is Galia. That's I guess somebody from Destiny's community that Ethan ended up hiring. But don't worry, chat, he's not connected to Destiny at all. It's just a coincidence. Anybody in chat know? So like in Thailand, I've been told if I order food, I believe it's pronounced jai, that I will get like vegan food, but I feel like there's maybe more to it than that, right? It's more than just like. Is there something like where if there's no onions in it or something, or there's no root vegetables maybe?
No, you can't joke about CPS.
Well, especially considering they can.
First of all,
because that word I'm told comes from, like it's a reference to like Jainism, which is like the diet of Jainism is more. It's like it's no root vegetables.
I don't see what's the joke here, but you can't joke about that. This is not funny, and this is crossing all lines.
Well, especially considering they actually came to our house. So anyway, here he is owning me by saying, actually, you know what, Base, the CPS should visit their house. We got to save them. Yeah, 400,000 views and 8,000 likes. And I'm sure this guy's a nobody, more or less, based on his podcast views. I'm just assuming. I can't imagine that he's getting crazy engaged.
I mean, look, in this exact, okay, let me give you an example of Ethan's double standards, right? So he's acting like, oh my God, how, like, you know, he went off about like Matt Lieb making this comment that sounded like he was, you know, saying that Matt Lieb was okay with, you know, weaponizing CPS. He now admits that he understands this was a joke, right? So no joke for thee. But when it comes for jokes for he, like he got a call, he got a super chat from somebody saying, could you give my, you know, my friend just got, is in a, like a psych ward. Could you like say, you know, some nice words for her or something like that? And Ethan proceeds to like, you know, joke about this person, this H3 fan's mental health. Right? But they're supposed to just understand it. In fact, he said, if they're an H3 fan, they'll understand. Right? So he does this thing where he kind of jokes about, like, I don't know, if you're having delusions of grandeur, maybe we don't want to tell you, you know, you will succeed in all your, like, I don't know. He just kind of, he riffs on, yeah, and he made that joke about Aaron Bushnell, right? He is not averse to making jokes about some very serious topics. And yet for Matt, it's off the table. You're a bad person if you make jokes about stuff like that. But for Ethan, it's totally fine. It's totally, he's a comedian, but only when he wants to be, right? Only he is either is a comedian or he's not a comedian. It's a Schrodinger's douchebag type situation, really. Jainism is similar to Buddhism. The founders were contemporary with one another, the Buddha and the Mahavira.
Engagement. Oh, look, here he is.
So many Jews.
Wow. This guy's going to talk to me about Jewish issues while after sitting across from Bad Empanada. Yesterday, me and my Jewish homies planted ourselves at Hollywood and Highland to demand a ceasefire from Spider-Man and Batman. Oh, because they're on Hollywood. I also want a ceasefire.
I am so proud to be marching with so many Jews.
Yes, the Jews! The Jews are here! Did we mention that?
Mm-hmm. Oh, I see. So he's not allowed to mention... He's not allowed to talk about his Jewish identity. But you know who is? You know who talks about his identity all the fucking time? Yeah, that's right. This guy. Rules for thee. Not for me. Ethan Klein.
Give the Jewish guy the mic.
Gentiles of all ages.
Yes. And of course they're Jews there, right? And Jews have are allowed to have different perspectives and stuff, but this man is like the embodiment of a fucking Jewish token. Like, holy fuck. You can't come here and talk about Jewish issues after you just got done sucking off Bad Empanada. Well, give me a
thank you, Ethan, for telling us who is and is not an acceptable Jew. That's really great that you're policing it like that. Because that's okay for you to do. It's not okay for other people to do. It's okay for you.
Fucking break, bro.
It's okay for you to marginalize JVP for their principled stand against currently ongoing genocide. And make it sound like they represent, like, nobody in the Jewish community. Despite the fact that that's just verifiably not true.
Genders!
He loves that applause. It makes him feel so important and good and just and righteous.
And nationalities who are brave enough to demand an immediate...
Brave enough to demand a ceasefire? Everybody's asking for a ceasefire. That's not brave. What do you mean? You want to be brave?
What does he think that I want and you want?
He said it. They say, and they want us, we want all Palestinians to die. That's what they say.
Why would anybody think that? When did I ever say anything like that, indicate anything like that? And why would they think...
I'm sorry. I just like, I need Ethan to cite his sources because I just don't trust the guy. I don't trust him at all. Like, as far as Matt Lieb saying, you know, what he's claiming about him, that Ethan wanted all the Palestinians unalived. Did he actually say that?
That anybody in Israel,
or is this just you twisting somebody's words? But no, if you talk about anything that Ethan said, you better damn well be using his exact words. It better be a direct quote, and even if it is, he'll probably deny it anyway.
Wants that. Everybody just wants to move on and be able to live their life. Everybody wants peace. You're not special for wanting peace. You know that, right?
He's brave. Yeah, I love how he
like that's like
congratulates.
the obvious take.
He's so congratulatory of himself. We are brave enough to come out to cheers and adoration of everybody here.
What he is brave is to leave that tweet up. That is brave. I'll tell him.
Did he say that he was brave?
Say that about the CPS.
Yeah,
that is brave.
Absolutely, they should see that tweet.
To claim to be some kind of an activist and also be joking about CPS on your Twitter, that's brave.
And by the way, this I don't know for sure, but I'm guessing based on his MO and the timing and everything. I am pretty sure Bad Empanada was involved in the CPS call.
Again, he just like throws out these assumptions and stakes his claim. Like, I'm pretty sure this was true. I'm pretty sure that this thing that I have no fucking proof of at all is true. Let me go ahead and.
I mean, he's saying he was. I don't know if I should believe a word that comes out of his mouth, but he's saying he was. So.
And then Matt had him on his show.
But Ethan's allowed to joke about his kids fucking, him turning his family into the human centipede. He's allowed to do that. He's allowed to joke about negligently infecting his kids with Giardia. But, heaven forbid Matt Lieb make an actual comedian make a joke.
Fucking epic, bro.
Yeah.
He was for sure involved in agitating for it and promoting it everywhere and talking about it. So yeah.
If it wasn't him, it was his intent.
Wow, Dahlia's getting a lot of screen time now.
I think was to foment.
Chat, who's doing the switcher? Is it the switcher that decides who to cut to, or
enough excitement that somebody eventually did it?
Brave enough to demand an immediate ceasefire.
Yes, this man is so.
Yesterday it was Adam McIntyre. Day before it was Hassan. Today it's Bad Empanada. Witchery Rocky says, first it was Hassan's fault. Now it's then it's Denham's fault. Now it's Chad Empanada's fault. Chad Empanada.
Brave. Just speaking objectively, what is brave about what he's doing right now? He's
Who is
there.
he demanding it from?
From
what is he putting this brave thing on? Did Matt Lieb say, I'm super brave for doing this? Look at me. I'm doing a brave thing.
Question, I don't know.
Okay.
Karen Bassin? I don't know.
I'm
the mayor
not
of MLA?
speaking to you as a representative of all Jews. I am a bad representative.
Why'd you even say that? It's like, bro, he's playing
Izzy
the
Sanchi, super chatted $5. I'm so done with Ethan and his paranoid delusions. There is way too much going on to be on an obsessive quest to ban people he doesn't agree with.
Yeah, I kept on hoping the other day when I saw like a whole episode, and I gave him credit for that, or I actually gave credit to the crew, that he went a whole episode, and he, not entirely, right? He mentions Denham's, he does end up talking about a few things, right? But he doesn't do any segments. He doesn't do any segments that are like War Room segments, and I was like, okay, maybe he's gonna move on, and it's like, nope, he's gonna keep on attacking anybody and everybody. And what's the common thread? People that stand up for Palestine.
Broken card.
Wait,
crazy.
so you're saying that Jews don't want ceasefire?
No, he says, I'm not a representative of all Jews because he's.
Ethan is just Turkey Tom now. He's manufacturing new drama daily to stay relevant. Yeah, and it's kind of not working. I noticed his views, right? So for a while, when he was doing the drama, his views were like above 30,000. Today, when I saw him covering this, like around the time that he's showing this, he was down to like 26 or 25K. So I think it's having, what is it called? Diminishing returns. I think it's a diminishing returns kind of situation, and he just has not gotten the message yet. Imagine having to give him props for focusing on himself. This is a joke. Ethan and Ela booing Matt's anti-genocide activism. I will surely get Rhett and Link to take him seriously. Yeah, I'm sure they're not socially conscious at all.
It's probably
yeah, but so far all he said that he wants ceasefire, but then that does not represent all Jewish people.
Well, and also the entire crutch of his speech so far, after the beginning, the first 30 seconds, is that he's Jewish.
Yeah,
I'm Jewish. Wait, he's gonna lose 40K subs this month on the H3 podcast channel or on the H3 Productions?
Yes, I don't represent all Jewish people, but I am Jewish, and I'm out here with other Jewish people.
I'm the one that wants ceasefire, but not those other Jewish evil.
Yeah, that seems to be who he's targeting. But honestly, if they want like fuck Hassan content, they're probably going to be better off, going to Nicholas Diorio. Honestly, like I think Nick's content, if you want slop drama content, like, targeting Hassan, you're probably better off with Nick Diorio or Destiny or whoever.
People.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what do you think everybody wants, dumbass?
But
I wish everybody wanted that. Ethan is like the traitors who betrayed Julius and Ethel Rosenberg. Their granddaughter, Ivy Mirapol, is featured in the documentary about this called The Heir to an Execution, a granddaughter story documentary from 2004. I'll have to check that out, Philip Blair. Thank you for the super chat. These troglodytes don't realize how time actually works. He leads with that because if they weren't Jewish, they would be immediately accused of anti-Semitism. Ethan is called the college protest anti-Semitic. Yeah. I do generally wonder what he thinks about Khalil. God, chat, I've got a segment of Pod Save America that I kind of want to watch with you. Because I was surprised by the fact that Pod Save America actually brought up Mahmoud Khalil and had decent takes on it in spite of the fact that they haven't been known for their good takes on Israel, Palestine, especially during the election.
Honestly, that's even defensible. Having Bad Empanada on is not defensible.
It's not defensible.
Yeah. Like, that's a defensible position. Be like, yeah.
So, chat, we are at the point where we're definitely going to get some... Oh, my gosh, chat, are we 8 out of 10? Oh, shit, look at that. The goal ends in 20 minutes. We are 8 out of 10 to the trampoline stream. We've already unlocked one piece of bonus content. And we're on our way to possibly 2. Remember, if it gets up to 200, we'll do 2. We'll do 2 topics in one night.
I'm Jewish, and
I almost want to show you that thing on Pod Save America. The reason is that, like, if Pod Save America can do it, and by it I mean talk about Mahmoud Khalil, right? If a bunch of lib speechwriters for Obama and Hillary can do that, why can't Midas Touch? Why can't the largest left-wing, content creators and, apparently largest podcast superseded Joe Rogan recently? Why can't they talk about it too? Right? You want to go after Trump? Go after Trump for the fact that he is causing a chilling effect towards free speech. Go after the fact that he's threatening to take somebody's green card away for expressing their opinion. Izzy Sanchez says, I will vote for Hassan reacts to Noah Samson and Ethan. Yeah, popular choice tonight.
Whatever. Spend me like a fucking token. It's fine.
I came from a secular family, and
I am not. I am from a secular family. I come in peace.
What?
The closest thing I got to
Do you think he's lying about his family to make himself more acceptable to non-Jewish people? What are you trying to say? What are you trying to? I come in peace. He's just talking about his fucking, like, what?
Bar mitzvah is when I was 13, and I one time saw my dad say...
Like, if you didn't say this, if you didn't make this whole caveat about how he doesn't speak for all Jewish people, I feel like Ethan would criticize him for that. That's what I've noticed about Ethan Klein, is that you're kind of damned if you... Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the contribution to the Thailand fund. Yeah, this is ridiculous, isn't it? Page cut. I have to delete South Park out of my brain? Oh no. Wait, is there like a South... Anyway. I have the same thing. You know, my worst chat is deleting Harry Potter from my brain. Because, like, I mean, I wasn't a Harry Potter fan or anything, but I definitely did watch the movies when they were coming out. And, like, I'll always come up with references to, you know, I'll always think of, like, references that are from Harry Potter. But, obviously, Harry Potter, written by Turfzilla herself. Oh my gosh, yeah, no, thank you, Narwhal by Nature. What does that push us up to? 166 on the dono goal. Ethan is just operating on the principle that everything this guy says must be bad. That's kind of what he does, isn't it? It's just his Alan Rickman. Yeah, I mean, like, there's a lot to, but yeah, I can't get it out of my brain. If you're making a cogent point, Ethan will just make something up and say it. Then he'll reference and make jokes around the thing he said, which misrepresents the original comment. Yeah, he really does kind of gaslight his audience in a big way.
Send back soup for not being hot enough.
Yes! Jewish jokes.
Oh, Jewish jokes.
You know, when I was in high school, I used to do a lot of Jewish jokes, self-deprecating Jewish jokes.
Okay, so now let's hear what he has to say. Why is it wrong for Matt to tell a quote unquote Jewish joke, like a self deprecating joke? You know, in this case, referring to his upbringing.
Big laughter, and I felt funny, and I felt validated. But after a certain while, you're like, wait, these people are laughing because
Pump Kiono, you just got weaseled thanks to Page Cuts. Page Cuts, thank you for gifting that membership to Pump Kiono.
These are Jewish stereotypes, and at the root of it is like some prejudice. When you joke about Jews being cheap or Jews sending back soup or whatever the fuck, people are laughing at negative stereotypes.
I'm sorry, dude, but you're the biggest fucking hypocrite in the world. Right? Like, I mean, look, this is not necessarily like a, wrong. Oh my gosh, chat. How long have I been on that? I was on the wrong scene. Ethan is in his nanat. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is he's too much of an anti-SJW to complain about something like this. And considering how much he has done this, right? So, like, I think what he's going to say is that, like, it's because of the, it's because of, God damn it, what's going on with my screen here? There we go, that's better.
Philip BL, super chatted $5. Hermione Granger was actually a trans woman, but her difficult childhood coming to terms with this was erased by JK. Pouting cat.
God damn it, JK. You made the cat pout. JK Rowling, you made the cat pout. But I'm guessing where he's going to go here is to say that because the audience that he's in front of, like, telling... Well, anyway, let me just let him speak for himself.
Types, and like that of it is like some, and I felt validated.
Sorry,
but I used to do a lot of Jewish jokes, self-deprecating Jewish jokes, because it got big laughter, and I felt funny, and I felt validated. But after a certain while, you're like, wait, these people are laughing because these are Jewish stereotypes, and at the root of it is like some prejudice. When you joke about Jews being cheap or Jews sending back soup or whatever the fuck, people are laughing at negative stereotypes, and like that's the cheapest laugh you can get.
Yeah.
As a comedian in high school, I recognized what I was doing, and I stopped. And I almost never will do these Jewish self-deprecating jokes.
You were able to recognize it at high school.
Yeah, it felt weird, and I felt it was like it was killing every time. It made me suspicious.
So yeah, this is really similar to something that Dave Chappelle said before his transphobic crash out, where Philip Blair says Vox Populi. Okay, I will add yours to Vox Populi. Where some of the humor that Dave Chappelle was doing and that was getting laughs, was getting like a inordinate amount of laughs from white people, and like it was something that was, you know, funny to him, and he understood the context, but he started to feel like that a lot of the like laughs that he was getting were maybe laughs that weren't laughing at the stereotypes, but that were like agreeing with the stereotypes. That you know, he's telling these jokes and he's getting racist laughs. And so, you know, like that's a real thing. I mean, it's like, I'll be honest, okay, Ethan, it's kind of woke of you to, you know, to look at it that way, but I don't disagree. But to say that you don't do jokes like this anymore.
Izzy Sanchi, super chatted $10. Just sending this dono with some good news. Not sure if you had gone over it. Trump approval is so underwater in everything that even Faux News is reporting on it. Currently at 37% in some polls.
We got to get to this. Yeah, Izzy, this is something I need to cover. This is I've been seeing town halls with Republicans in Republican districts where people are just freaking out. There was like, let's see, I saw a TikTok from a Republican from North Carolina who posted his recorded messages to, you know, messages that were you know, sent to his voicemail, and there was like 5 messages ostensibly from Republicans threatening violence against him for what Elon and Trump were doing. Yeah, there's a lot of people that are including people on the right, including people that are part of the MAGA coalition, that are like, I never signed up for this. And yeah, Trump's numbers are reflecting that. 37 I had not seen. 43% I had, but so just for the record, right? 43% approval rating and I don't know, 55% disapproval. That's pretty average for Trump. It's not average for a president, and it's definitely not something you usually see in the beginning of a presidency. But those are Trump's numbers now, and they've really gone down. And it's it's starting to, I think it's starting to cut into his base. There's threatening violence is obviously not okay, Philip Blair, but you know, we're talking about boomer Republicans losing their shit while calling their member of Congress. That's what you're seeing, and that's a sign of how much Trump's policies have fucked with some of his most adamant supporters. Yeah, it's like JD Vance can't go anywhere without getting booed. House Dems are getting phone calls. Yes, fuck Schumer. I talked about that at the beginning of the stream. I talked about Schumer's cowardice, and especially given how unpopular Musk and Trump and this agenda actually are. The Democrats should be emboldened. They should not be, you know, like, and Schumer saying that he thinks that the government shutdown will, like, you know, allow Trump to do more damage against the people that he's already hurt. But to me and to a lot of people, it just sounds like he doesn't want to. It sounds like what the Democrats want to do is they're like, Trump is going to crash the economy, he's going to crash the country, and we're going to let them so that we can benefit from his, fall from grace. That when Trump is at 25% approval in 2026, that the Democrats will take back the House and maybe the Senate. Kyle Kalinske stated that no president in history has fallen so fast so far. Yeah. Like it's true. I'm like, this is not the numbers that you're seeing from Trump are, and they were unprecedentedly low in his first term, but in his second term, they're falling off faster. But yeah, thank you, Izzy Sanchez, for the super chat. Wait, who said Vox Populi? Philip. Okay, gotcha.
People were loving it. They were loving the self-deprecating Jewish jokes. And it started to make me feel weird and bad.
And then when you start doing stuff like that,
the word on the street, Snow's right. Word on the street is that AOC is going to run against Schumer. And Schumer's going to take a lot of money from AIPAC and Republican Senate Fund. Calling it now. A lot of people are saying this. That AOC is going to primary Chuck Schumer. And people want Schumer out. People at the very least want Schumer to no longer be the minority leader. Schumer, a.k.a. Vici Chuck. Is that what we're calling him now? That's a pretty good name, Bad Lefty. Vici Chuck. If you don't know, chat, Vichy France was the portion of France and the leadership that was approved of by the German occupation.
Then opens the door for other people to
as opposed to free France under de Gaulle.
Say it to you, and then it makes you feel worse.
Yeah,
and
then when somebody else does it and they're not Jewish, it's like ew.
That's why, yeah.
Ew.
No, I'm not saying I've never done.
But I mean, look, this is a real thing. But it's just like you're not currently living by this. Like it's weird. It's so weird that he's saying shit that like. I swear I've heard him call shit like this, like overly woke. If you don't know, Ethan's original content, a decent portion of it was like anti-SJW. A decent portion of it was finding someone that was that one woke friend and making fun of them. And it was never as overtly political as some of the other anti-SJW creators, but that is what and he's kind of come full circle here. Right, he tried to sort of embrace that audience in order to get him away from, people that just basically sort of treated him like they treated iDubbbz. Anyway, let's see what
jokes. I'm sure I have here and there, but I consciously almost never go that path. And this is just pathetic, dude. This guy is opening with that shit, bro.
This is the guy that talks about, like, when he tells people to suck his D, he'll say it like, he'll tell them to suck his 2-inch Jewish. Is that not a self-deprecating joke? Is that not playing into some tropes? What is he talking about? He's so full of shit. This guy is so full of shit. And look, I don't have a problem with somebody that's Jewish, telling, a joke like this. It's not really for me to say that that's like over the line or anything, but I also don't like him making these criticisms about Matt Lieb is fucking ridiculous.
Jewish. Yeah, and also, let me hit you with my favorite Jewish joke right out the gate. Jews are cheap. Are we right?
When does he start talking about how do we get ceasefire?
We're getting there, apparently.
at the cafe.
You killed it, bro. What a hack. He's a comedian, by the way. Quote unquote.
But you're not a comedian. Oh wait, except you are a comedian. Wait, he's only a comedian when it's convenient for him to call himself a comedian.
Holocaust Museum. That was the thing that happened.
He gave back soup at the Holocaust Museum.
Wow, you guys, so far you're so brave to be there and tell jokes and just
and the
get
Holocaust
applauded.
Museum.
Really brave.
Don't get me started on the Holocaust Museum. More like the...
Ethan never killed on a stage. Only killing he does is with Giardia. And that's all due to antibiotics?
A museum
I see.
of lies.
He's killing the Giardia. I get it.
Actually, that's funnily not even... This guy's so fucked.
Very embarrassing for me as I watched the Gentiles.
Bro, we're literally...
Oh, wait, I need to get the trampoline. Here, let me...
Just talking about himself.
Like, talk about... What the hell?
Look at each other.
He's gonna give them his business card at the end. Make sure to follow me.
I'll be open mic
for
later
more
tonight.
material.
Yeah, I'm the funny Jew. Like, follow me on Instagram, funny Jew, not Zionist in parentheses.
Yeah. Stay brave, everybody.
Stay brave, y'all. I didn't even mean to watch this. This is just what he pinned, so I was kind of curious what the fuck it was.
Should we move on to your stuff?
I mean, if I've done like Jewish jokes about like, usually when I do it, it's with other.
I think he's thinking about. I think he's thinking about the fact that he just told a whopper of a lie.
Jewish people. That's where I find that I feel comfortable doing it. Like, I was doing it with Steiny.
Yeah. Okay. You were doing it with Steiny.
Here we were doing like Jewish shtick with each other.
Right.
Because that's a joke that we can share. It's in the family, right?
Oh, okay. So you're talking about when you're alone with Steiny, or you're in a exclusive. You're in a. Oh no, I'm sorry. You weren't alone with Steiny. You were in front of an audience that is mostly non-Jewish. Excuse me. What's the difference? What's the difference between you telling, self-deprecating jokes with Steiny and Matt Lieb telling a joke at a Jewish Voices for Peace protest? What's the difference? So it's okay for you because you're with Steiny. There's one other, there's other Jewish people there, right? But with Matt Lieb, there's not other Jewish people there at Jewish Voices for Peace? You weren't like in a, like, what is he talking about? None of this fucking makes sense. Even his, you can tell him trying to do, he's trying to do preemptive defense. He's trying to do preemptive defense of himself, right? He realizes that he fucked up. He realized he told something that is just obviously untrue. And now he's trying to be like, well, no, it's okay because I'm like with Steiny and stuff. I only do it around, I don't know. It's so hard to take him seriously.
Yeah. Which is funny because I remember seeing posts on Snark of people being like, oh, really? Look how anti-Semitic Ethan is doing Jew jokes with Steiny. I'm like, you people are so lost. So yeah, me doing Jewish jokes on a comedy podcast versus him going out to a protest on the soapbox. Doing Jew, and also
if you want to talk about some of the anti-Jewish jokes that you've made, right? You remember how this guy targets Orthodox Jews? You remember how he speculates on are they inbred? Are they it talks about things like their curls and stuff? I think that's a little different than my grandfather sent back some soup because it was too cold. I think that's a little different. That's another thing entirely. Yeah, the ones that he made while in Israel. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Where he just goes after, apparently, any Hasidic Jew that he sees on the street. He's just an opportunity for him to just in a really mean-spirited way, and in a way where he I don't know.
Jew jokes to a bunch of people protesting Israel is not it.
Different vibes for sure.
The vibes are not the same.
Here, let me try to. I gotta get my trampoline.
And wondering if it was a test. At that moment, I became a man. I do not represent all Jews. No single person represents all Jews, as no single state represents all Jews.
This is another weird thing.
Oh
Israel
my God.
Israel. This is a lie that I see Hassan and people pander. They say that Israel's going to war on behalf of Judaism. They have never, I don't believe that that's ever been stated. And I don't think Israel ever explains that it's like.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Ethan, like, be really careful. Be really careful. Because what you're defending now is the one thing that you pretended thus far to not defend, which is the current far-right government of Israel. Right? When you say, I don't think Israel's ever, you're talking about Netanyahu, buddy. You're not just Netanyahu, but Netanyahu and the current governing coalition, which is even more right-wing than, you know, the party that Netanyahu comes from.
It's a place where Jews can go. I don't think that Israel said they represent all Jews. I don't think that's a stance. We're like, hey, displacing Palestinians is all Jewish people. Like, I just don't understand that comparison.
Again, I just love that this is a guy.
Yeah, they conflate Jewish identity with the state of Israel. That's what they do. And that's what's problematic. If you're criticizing the state of Israel, then in effect, according to, stuff that's been said by the government, you are criticizing the Jewish people. And there are two distinct groups that conflate Jewish identity with Israel. One is the far right, settler colonial state itself, and the other, that's anti-Semites. That's Nazis. That's Nazis, right? Israel did a bad thing. Well, it must be because they're this is representative of the Jews, right? You'll hear that from you'll hear that conflation from the far right in Israel, and strangely enough, the anti-Semitic far right as well. That is a place in which anti-Semites and the hardline pro-Israel advocacy bump fists on that one. Yeah, it's amazing. It's the fucking bullshit that's coming out of his mouth right now is unbelievable.
That grew up in LA, telling me about.
I mean, your family
Israel.
Fled from fucking persecution in Arab countries.
Israel is more diverse than everything you've probably ever seen.
Ethan has always been mask off when it came to defending the genocide.
I don't know that he grew up in LA.
But in the last
unless
minute
he
of
said
this
that.
clip we watching, he has been very blatant on his defense.
It's always been masked off when it comes to defending genocide. But in the last minute of this clip, we were watching, he's been very blatant. That's what I mean. Is like he does always try to leave himself some like plausible deniability by saying that they don't support Netanyahu, they don't just support the far right government, they don't support the settlers, they don't support the the taking of land in the West Bank. But now he's actually defending the government of Israel.
Let's see.
But
I was born just outside of Los Angeles 34 years ago
Calabasas?
and grew up in the rough, tumble streets of just outside of Culver City.
Ooh.
West LA.
West LA, those are tough stomping grounds.
Yeah. So, that's the guy that's here to tell me about how Israel is doesn't represent only Jewish people.
That's what I've noticed. A lot of people like him, they have they don't understand why, what Israel has done for, the refugees around the world that had nowhere else to go. This guy's straight up one state, you know what I mean? As radical as you get.
Especially not the state of Israel.
Israel never claimed to represent all Jews.
Possibly New
Literally shadow boxing.
That is why I'm here. I am tired of Israel claiming to represent me.
They have never claimed to represent you, but they're shadow boxing, bitch. Actually, try to make a point that doesn't result.
Wait, I'm sorry. Who's shadow boxing?
Are you capable of doing that, or is that
when
your
is he
whole
getting
identity?
to the point about like how do we?
Who is fucking shadow boxing here? I feel like it's Ethan and Hila. I'm sorry, like that's the most he said that's the most radical point of view, a one-state solution, right? Which you know, just to be clear, right? What he's talking about is that Palestinians get citizenship. Palestinians get the right to vote. Palestinians get the right to move about freely in the totality of Israel-Palestine. That's the radical that's the radical, you know, solution that Ethan is saying that that Matt has, right? Now look, that's not actually the most radical you could be. There are some people that think that the solution to the colonization of the land is for you know the people who colonized it and the you know the children of those people to you know be you know forcefully expelled. That would be the most radical. That's not what Matt is saying. Like that's not what the you know that's not the one state that Matt is proposing here. He is literally not. That's not fucking radical. That is egalitarian, humanitarian, and I would say like pragmatic. That is not fucking radical. Reason that you know what you think is radical is Palestinians having the right to vote. It's Palestinians having self-determination. That's what you're calling radical. Ethan, you don't get it. You're the fucking radical here, bud. You're the radical. Holy shit. Okay, I'm sorry, Chad. I gotta calm down. He's pissing me off. Like, this is...
We get the peace to happen.
That doesn't come up. It's just about him being a righteous Jew.
Yeah.
My family, my friends, my pets.
My pets are bar mitzvahs, so talk to the hand, biatch.
My existence is inextricably linked to their existence. That the existence
unlink,
of
brother.
the Jewish people.
Let's unlink.
Oh, 3 hours ago.
I don't want to be linked to you.
Oh, he's trying to get ahead of the episode. Lol, he got mad that I looked too hot in the thumbnail and changed it.
I'm sorry, what? Wait. I'm sorry. Let's see that again. What's going on here? He got mad that I looked too hot in the thumbnail and changed it? Matt got mad? Oh, no. He's saying Ethan got mad that I looked too hot in the thumbnail.
Be linked to you.
Oh, he's trying to get ahead of the episode. Lol, he got mad that I looked too hot in the thumbnail.
Trying to get ahead of the episode? What?
And changed it. Well, let's be fair.
I'm sorry. No, he saw your fucking thumbnail. That's trying to get ahead of the episode. What?
Definitely don't look like that.
I know what he's referring to. That's funny.
Let's be fair, bro. I've seen what you.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Wait. What's the? Oh my god. Do I have to look this up? Oh. Here, let's use my social media tools, my knowledge and my expertise, chat. All right, I got tools at my disposal to look and see what kind of I don't see the wait. Oh my god, chat. The thumbnail right now is not I'm not seeing it. Yeah, there's one title change from I guess H3 podcast 122 to wait, I swear to god. Okay, chat. Am I wrong? Like I'm looking at the thumbnail right now. It's Boomer Reacts. Boomer reacts to Bad Baby and Alabama Barker's Insane Beef. Why am I not seeing... I thought I could check on this. I don't understand. I look at overview. What the fuck? Okay, I don't know why I can't see. Like, I swear to God, this is streamed 9 hours ago. I don't understand why I'm not seeing. Anyway, chat. I thought I could use my insight. I thought I could use my YouTube tools to take a look at the change in the thumbnails, but for some reason it's just not showing up. Did he got mad that I looked too hot in the so he's saying that Ethan changed the picture of him in the thumbnail to one that was less attractive.
Changed it. Well, let's be fair. You definitely don't look like that.
I know what he's referring to. That's funny.
Let's be fair, bro. I've seen what you look like. That's more of.
Oh wait, what? I don't understand. YouTube tools, they charge 30%. No, I don't pay for any YouTube tools, Ernan. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, these are, I just have the free version that it usually just shows me when somebody changes a thumbnail. Their thumbnails and stuff have been looking awful lately. Maybe Galia's doing them.
That's more accurate. Let's be real. Who's this?
What?
Who's this goofball down here?
That's Matt.
That's on
That's Matt. He used to work here.
Yeah, he used to work here before.
What is happening?
What?
It's because
rest in peace to Matt.
It's his 2-year
We miss you,
anniversary
buddy.
since he left.
Yeah, it's been 2 years since he left.
Guys, please,
What are you
I can't do
saying?
this.
Do you remember Matt? He
Who the
used to
fuck
work
is this
here. He
guy?
was one of the associate producers on the
Matthew.
show.
Who
and
is he?
His name is Matt. Matthew. You really don't
I
remember
can't
Matthew?
do this, guys. I can't.
Okay, they're just here, let me explain it. It's a meme. They were memeing about all the people that have come and gone, and then it's like a year ago somebody put this guy that never worked there in, and it was like, oh yeah, remember Matt? And then it became a meme. Right? That's the joke. The joke is that that guy didn't ever work there, but they pretend that he did. It's not a very funny joke.
We don't know that that's him.
Right. That's why I changed
Yeah.
the name. Yeah.
What? Who is Matt?
Is leaving.
He
out.
Yeah.
Dude, photoshopped and Matt
He's getting legitimately mad at a fucking meme here.
for realsies.
Pretty much everyone on the crew.
I've been
at
trying to
Conn's
fix
show
it for the
right
last 30 minutes.
works for Good Mythical Morning. What a fucking piece of shit, weirdo, freak, little token boy is he. And I can call him Token because, I mean, he's like, hey guys, I'm the Token. Anyone want to hear some Jew jokes? Gather around. My grandfather once returned soup. Have you guys heard about the new Jewish car? It turns on a dime and then picks it up.
Let's talk about it. So, do you want to see
was pretty
the
good.
comments from the
That is
GMM?
my one of my favorites.
That's pretty
yeah.
good.
Yeah. Do y'all want to know why Jews have big noses? Anyone want to take a guess? Anybody? Because air is free. I'm live all week, folks. Check me out. I'm the token Jew, not Zionist. What a dumbass bitch loser. I'm happy to see that people are tuning in. Oh yeah, on that episode with Matt Lieb on it. I'm actually really happy to see people were voicing their concern about him being there. Bad Empanada was one of them. He said, "Trust the plan. I'm in control."
Wait, what?
With some computer language that doesn't mean anything as far as I know.
Okay.
Maybe get Bad Empanada tomorrow. Letter's going to comment this. Please watch the latest H3 video and do your own research on your employees. Is that a Hamas supporter? Was that to say?
So yeah, he's bragging about.
Was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading.
He's bragging about brigading the Good Mythical Morning. Although I honestly don't know, chat. Like, Good Mythical Morning. Like, do they still get a lot of views? I kind of think that they might not notice if they get brigaded, right? I think it'll be like a splash in the ocean.
But I don't think I continue supporting. Got it. Blah blah blah. Yada yada. I'm proud of you guys.
Thank you, everybody.
I'm very proud of you guys. He absolutely should be fired. I can't believe you're trying to get him fired from his job.
In my hot take, I don't think he necessarily should be fired, but just don't put him on the air anymore.
I think he should be fired.
Don't put him on.
She's asking for mercy.
I think it should be fired.
When you sit down with Bad Empanada and
normal person comes into here, here's like Ethan demanding, like, baying for him to be fired, for him to lose his fucking paycheck, right? And normal person comes in there like, I don't know, maybe he could just like not be on the program anymore, right?
Yeah.
Firing over this seems a little harsh.
I'm a fan of the show, and it's always been so wholesome, so family
and we're friendly with them, those two guys.
I don't think he represents the show, and I don't think it's good for.
See, like you say that, but you thought you were friends with Philip DeFranco, right? Despite the fact that what did he like fat shame him a few years ago?
For the show to be associated with some.
Philip DeFranco is just kind of nice to everyone. You're not like I don't think that's a friendship.
Like this, I don't.
Yeah,
even in what he does in his private life, being on there.
I gotta give you guys some bounces.
Once again, sitting across from Bad Empanada disqualifies you from working at fucking Good Mythical Morning. Period.
In my opinion,
I'm sorry, but Ethan, you're not the executive producer of Good Mythical Morning, so kindly shut the fuck up about what disqualifies you from working there.
If Reddit link got CPS calling them, and one of us were celebrating it, I think we would be fired. We were just like, yeah, I'm glad that happened.
I would be like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
There are lines that cannot be crossed.
Yeah, and you're friend. I told you guys, I'm not playing fucking clean anymore. Anyone that supports this shit, anyone that supports this even a little bit is coming down. Is going down as much as I can take it. I'm in the dirt. I'm fighting. There's no prisoners anymore. Fuck Matt Lieb. Get fired, bitch. Loser.
And I saw some people argue that it's outside of work and got fired for it. There was a history 4 years ago where someone from GMM got fired for tweeting about John Krasinski, I believe. And she got.
I'm sorry, this is just a bunch of entitled assholes being like, I think he should be fired. Remember John Krasinski got fired? Yeah, he should be fired too.
Bomber?
No, he's the actor from.
That's what they do. Yeah, Good Mythical Morning. Go ahead and fire. Fucking.
This in the Quiet Place.
Wait, don't they have a super similar name?
I mean, I get it.
Wait,
yeah,
what did they say about Jim Halpert?
I think she was saying that she was gonna. I don't recall the comments, but I do recall that she talked bad about them. She got fired over that. Like, it was a little too much. It was like inappropriate.
If they have this history, then for sure I agree that they should follow the same flow with firing other people for harassing people.
I don't think it's unusual.
Oh, there you go, Galia. You're back on board with the consensus there.
Fire people for stuff they do off the job. It happens all the time.
Yeah, it is unusual. But
he's like, I don't think there's anything wrong with playing with people's ability to fucking support themselves materially on this planet Earth. I think that, like, I love to be fucking capricious and fuck with people's lives over petty fucking bullshit.
There's also
over your fucking beef with Hassan. Come on, that's really what this is about. This isn't about Matt Lieb. This is about Hassan Piker. And this is about you getting fucking cooked on social media, losing over half of your fucking audience, and not being able to fucking deal with it. And this continual crash out. The fact that you're surrounded by people who won't tell you, or they probably did tell you and you just won't listen. What a bad look this is.
Updated our thumbnail.
Yeah, I got you, Matt. I'm sorry about the mix-up.
His mouth looks crazy too, like he just finished a pie or something. He just burned his mouth on a hot pie.
I got you, bro. I got you.
All the fat shaming for somebody that. God.
Oh, this was from our. Okay, yeah. Let's see here. Here's Matt Lieb
allowing for it.
Watching with.
Wait, it's Galia's last show today. They're making the most of it. She's going back to. Oh, I didn't know that.
Frogan. By the way, after the Sabra tier list that anyone of sane mind knows was like deeply anti-Semitic, he brought her.
The opposite, actually. The opposite. Sane people don't think that saying a hummus that is that is an offense to the idea of hummus is not tasty, is somehow anti-Semitic, right? Any more than saying that, oh my God, I'm trying to think, chat. Can I think of an example in American culture? Saying Velveeta is not a good cheese. Is that anti-whiteness there? Is that anti-white racism? Or like, I don't know if white people like, well, I'm trying to think of the what would be the analog?
Her on his show to run defense for her. Once again, as the token Jew, as a Jew, I personally think it's ridiculous that he was offended. It's like, can you just share an opinion without starting as a Jew? You fucking pathetic tokenized bitch.
Just look
like literally. You know what's the sad truth?
I don't know. I feel like people like Velveeta though.
He's so insecure. He doesn't.
Green bean casserole.
I think he knows that he might.
No, we'd have to talk about like a store-bought, shelf-stable version of green bean casserole.
Be anything without it. He needs the token.
Based?
I mean, he's clearly not that funny. You don't need the token, bro. Try without it, please. I'm telling you, man. You'll improve. But anyway, here he is with Frogan, a disgusting human being in her own right.
Allowing for it because at the end of the day, and this is not uncommon, it's not just him, but you know, the value of human life here goes far in favor of the loves Sabra category.
Wait, it's Ethan's white whale what like Hassan is? Or
you know what I mean? Like,
by the way, simultaneously, by the way,
like, so does it
again? I guess humor is illegal again. Chat. Like we thought we had humor. It was legal with Elon, but no. Ethan has told us it's not. Humor is not legal. You have to interpret someone's joke as literally as you possibly can. Right? If he's saying that, then it must affirm that loving Sabra is a code word for being Jewish. It cannot be that he's riffing on your fucking garbage bullshit opinion.
In what we think it means?
Yes,
does it not?
He's simultaneously
can we pick?
Agreeing that they use Sabra to represent Jewish people while saying, as a Jew, I'm not
chat comedy banned.
Offended, while also saying
comedy banned now.
Saying that I'm a Jewish supremacist and I value Jewish life more than Palestinian life.
Loves Sabra category, if you know what I mean. Like, for him,
Ethan, if I can translate it for you, he's saying that you have a bit of an unconscious bias, and it shows to everyone except yourself, apparently. That is what he's saying.
Specifically, it's like, you know, it's Jews are the more worthy of the land, you know.
Based on what? You don't know what you're talking about.
This is the first time I heard of this guy.
That is not what people think.
And I was like, what the fuck? Like, first of all,
you're a white guy from LA.
How dare you?
Based on your quote-unquote two-state solution, which involves, like, an apartheid situation. One group of people being held in an open-air prison. And being kept not just from the right of return to their familial homes, but to even seeing the land.
How dare you say that about me? Like, based on what? That's fucking insane.
That is not what we think, and that is not what people in Israel think. We all.
I mean,
you know, maybe not consciously. Maybe you don't consciously acknowledge that, but it's in what you say. It's the implicit bias that you are showing, And you're the only one who can't fucking see this.
Okay,
There's
some.
radicals everywhere.
Yeah, fine.
Not the majority.
There is
Not,
some.
I know people say that. Not
I
the
don't
majority.
care. Yes, there is some of this and some of that everywhere.
Not the majority. What, 90% of Israel said that the IDF maybe had not done enough to Palestinians in Gaza? Not the majority? Excuse me? Excuse me?
The majority do not think that in Israel, for sure.
The majority is that we all respect each other there.
Yeah, that's just unacceptable to say that. And, well, he's a piece of shit and he should be fired. Thank you so much for watching. And I hope you guys continue to reach out and let him know that we ain't good with all that business. Matt Lieb, everybody. Hopefully he'll be.
Okay, we're done. We're done with this. We're done with this. We're on to the bonus content. Now, chat, it looks like Hassan reacts to Noah. 250 of you have voted, by the way. Thank you for voting. Also, thank you for liking the stream. If for those of you who have, you know, voting is a good time to like the stream. But if you haven't liked the stream, right already, then anytime, you know, there's no better time than the present is what I'm saying to hit that like button, because it does indeed help me a lot, and it brings more people in. If you want more people to talk to, if you want the stream to be more poppin', you can hit that like button. It's like a magic attractor of more people to see this content, and hopefully see this content before they see Ethan's bullshit to try to make him recenter himself as the victim here. Watch the clip I posted in Discord. It's oh yeah, and you said videos. I got totally distracted. Wait, Pikachu must obey Misty? No, not that one. Oh, you put it up on Streamable.
What would you think about me if you just saw me at first glance? What conclusions
Well,
would
I
you make
did
about
first
me?
see you.
What would you think about me if you just saw? What would you think about me if you just saw me at first glance? What conclusions
Well,
would
I
you make
did
about
first
me?
see you at one point.
So what was your conclusion about me?
I thought you looked cool.
Fucked up.
I did.
Shouldn't have ever been with you.
I could see
I could never be with anybody who ever thought I was cool, dude.
Well, we were at the stupid museum.
Yeah, I
And
remember.
I saw that you weren't interested, and I wasn't also.
It was the Holocaust Museum. What would you?
Yeah, the stupid museum. Okay. Izzy Sanchez, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Nick, you just got weaseled. Sammy, Quirky Memories, you just got weaseled. Oda May, MBM, you just got weaseled. And Callista Jarrett, you just got weaseled. Julie M, you also just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. And yeah, you're right, Izzy, double content. Now, like I said, it looks like Noah versus Hassan reacting to Noah versus Ethan has made a pretty strong showing. I don't know if there's any displacing that one. So that's going to be like the number one. Now, usually what I do is I go ahead and I take the number 2, which would be more Ethan seething. But I suspect that there's some chance that chat has had enough of the H3 thing for tonight. So I will propose an alternative, all right? Do you want to take a look at the Pod Save America thing? There's like good and bad there. Like, I'm glad that a mainstream, like, liberal source that has avoided, in my opinion, a real serious talk about the Palestinian issue, especially when it came to, you know, the Harris campaign all through the summer, is finally paying attention now that Trump is going after the leaders of the student protests and literally, you know, trying to take somebody's green card away, trying to disappear somebody, and trying to deport somebody for essentially exercising their free speech. Should we do that as our follow-up? Is that a good, Hot Ham Radio says H3, more H3? Yeah, we could either do I'm seeing a lot of positive reactions from the chat. Is that a good thing? Because there's something, yeah, I kind of want to show you with that. And like, look, chat, it's my hope, like, as much as I tell you I have a love-hate relationship with Pod Save America. The love part is that anytime that I need to fall asleep, putting on Pod Save America is a great way to do that. And the hate part obviously is that they're former speechwriters for Obama and Hillary, and sometimes their takes aren't great. We need to do Sam Cedar versus we need to do that. Snow, the problem with that is that people are getting their streams taken down, and there's a few people in chat that can attest to this. Reminder that Twitch was unfunctioning for ages in Palestine. Oh yeah, that's right. But my hope is that, like, so Pod Save America is now talking about this. Now I know why they're talking about it. They're talking about it because it's a good way to go after Trump. All right? It'd be nice if they were talking about it because they, truly cared about free speech and, felt like this was a issue of our time in terms of a genocide that's going on right in front of our eyes, right? But I'll take it. I'll take that Pod Save America is talking about this stuff, right? But what I really want to see is Midas Touch. I want to see Midas Touch pick it up. They are the biggest, not just the biggest on the left. Apparently, they are the biggest podcast, right? They've taken the crown from Joe Rogan, and yet I see them talk about Trump soiling his pants, for the 45th time, and I never hear them talk about the student protest. And I suspect if they did, we wouldn't like what they had to say. But if Pod Save America is doing it, then Midas Touch can do it. And the only way is if we put a little pressure on them. Yeah. So people have been getting taken down for the Sam Cedar thing. My thought is that what we need to do is sometime, maybe I can do it tomorrow because it's Saturday, chat. If I get started early enough, all right, I can do the regular content. Then we can switch to Twitch. We can do like a subathon on Twitch where I do the entirety of the Sam Cedar thing, which I think will be okay on Twitch. I think that's the move, is to take it to Twitch and then maybe edit it, put a filter on it if I want to upload it on YouTube. If I even have time. Midas Touch chat put me on timeout for Rage Against the Machine lyrics? Really? It was threatening they got threatened by your Rage. They're like, we're not going to rage against the machine. We like the machine. Weird, I've never heard of Midas Touch until a few weeks ago. Yeah, we've watched some of their stuff. I mean, they do keep up on most of Trump's scandals, but there's a blind spot there. But anyway, yeah, I'm pretty sure that I don't even have to do the math. We're definitely going to take a look at Hassan's coverage of Noah Samson. Hassan, Noah Samson. Wait, will this pull it up? That's the archive. YouTubers who backed the genocide.
Hood. What?
Now, why am I showing you Hassan reacting to this instead of the video itself? Frankly, Philosophy Tube's new video just dropped. Was Nietzsche MAGA? The last one was kind of interesting. And I've missed Philosophy Tube talking about philosophy, honestly. The reason I'm watching this is because Hassan got the timestamps that he needs to skip in order to not get in trouble with Twitch. So since I don't have, a comprehensive list of timestamps, the only way we can really watch it is to watch it on Hassan. I'm going to keep some time. We're not going to be able to get through all of this, right? They do give Lincoln Project vibes, right? They're they're friendly with the Bulwark, which are like anti-Trump Republicans. Yeah, there's definitely, I mean, like I'm not saying Midas Touch because I love them and I'm super excited and I just want them to be like, right. There's a lot of problems with Pod Save America. There's a lot of problems with Midas Touch, but to see Pod Save America cover the crackdown on free speech that has gone along with the response to the student protest movement is encouraging, right? Because this is what the normie libs watch. And for the most part, they don't see what we see. They don't know. I bet there's a bunch of them that don't know about this whole situation and maybe are seeing it for the first time from Pod Save America. But we want to really get it to the like Midas Touch is basically just like the MSNBC audience has moved to Midas Touch basically. So yeah, they tried coming after FD Signifier. God damn it! I keep on thinking I'm gonna get time to cover this. They went after FD Signifier. Chat. They went after Taylor Lorenz. The fucking Fupa Troopas went after Taylor. Like Ethan Klein went after Taylor fucking Lorenz. Anyway, but we're gonna watch it on this to avoid being taken down off of Twitch. For TOS, Twitch is more sensitive in terms of you know, displays of violence, whereas YouTube is more sensitive when it comes to copyright. So we have to kind of switch back and forth. When you go over the Sam Cedar debate, you should add a funny clip someone made of Sam running circles on the clowns. TLDW. I saw that. Yeah, it's a really short video that they did talking about what all the different conservatives that they brought in. Yeah, look, I've been wanting to cover the Sam Cedar thing since it came out. I've just been trying to figure out how to do it. And I think and we need to do a subathon too, chat, because if you don't know, let me check this again. Let me update you on our status. We are now sitting at 87 sub points on Twitch, right? Now, I'm not sure exactly how it works, but it's like subs excluding Prime subs count towards like a certain sub counter, and if I get that over 100, then Twitch will actually pay me bigger like they'll right now they do basically 50-50, like, right, when you donate to me on Twitch, half of it goes to Twitch, half of it goes to me. If we get the sub, not the sub points, but if we get like the certain the non-prime subs or something like that over 100, which we're pretty close to, I think, then they will they'll cut me in for more. So it's a good time to do a subathon, see if we can get above that level. The video was made it is just a Donnie Yen martial arts movie. Oh, they put Sam Cedar's head in there. Anyway, let's take a look at the let's take a look at the Hassan thing, and then we'll watch Pod Save America and oh my gosh.
Are you saying why is nobody in his audience going, yeah, man, I don't think that's correct, actually? Like, is no one Googling any?
Yeah, Taylor Lorenz is, I don't know how many people know this, but Taylor Lorenz is a complicated historical figure, all right?
Anything at this point?
I love that she hates Mark Andreessen. That's probably my favorite thing about Taylor Lorenz. She fucking hates Andreessen.
What is happening? Let's get to the YouTubers who backed the genocide by Noah Samson, who made a wonderful video. There's a bunch of TOS in it. I am going to hold on.
Is Midas Touch the one with the ex-Trump employee? Isn't that the Bulwark? I'm not sure. Or is that the Lincoln Project? Wait, ex-Trump employee. Who are we talking about? I'm not sure. I know the Midas Touch is the it's centered around the Mycellus brothers.
Let me see. What else? Does anyone have all the TOS notes from the video? Let's get started.
And want to help me make more of them and faster, consider joining my Patreon. Thanks. About a month ago, the 6 million subscriber YouTube channel H3H3 Productions released a video called Content Nuke.
They all have ex-Trump employees?
Hassan Piker. In this video, the host, YouTuber Ethan Klein, alleges that the political streamer Hassan is an extremist that supports terrorism and terrorist groups.
And over time, I started to learn that my co-host, he really likes terrorists.
Promotes anti-Semitism and is radicalizing his viewers to do the same. He accuses Hassan of being a rape denialist and goes on to accuse him of prolonging what he calls the Israel-Palestine conflict with his radical views.
This conflict will never end until people realize that Palestinian liberation and Israeli security are not mutually exclusive. You need both. And it can be done, but not while people like Hassan lie, propagandize, and incite hate. It's people like him, ironically, that prolong the conflict indefinitely.
In this video, Ethan also...
Yeah, no, it's people like me that prolong the conflict, for sure.
Criticizes Twitch, the platform that Hassan streams on, accusing the company of having a systemic problem of anti-Semitism. He cites the company's open support of Hassan, its sponsorship of a live event that Ethan claims was anti-Semitic.
I feel like this is indefensible, blatant, obvious anti-Semitism, and this was greenlit by Twitch to appear on their main stage.
And its alleged discrimination against Jews through a recent ban on new account signups from Israel. So I'm going to tip my hand a bit here and say at the outset that this video is quite possibly the worst video I've ever seen. It's plagued with factual errors, misrepresentations, contradictions, and overt pro-Israel Bush-era U.S. State Department propaganda.
Yeah, I noticed that too, that there's so many analogs between the arguments that Ethan is making and yeah, like, you know, Bush war on terror, like right, in some way, like Ethan, who wants to, you know, fashion himself as some kind of like a progressive you know, guy when it comes to politics, like, you know, a lot of his views would be perfectly at home in the Bush administration in terms of the war on terror rhetoric.
For a more thorough breakdown of all of this video's problems, I'd recommend the YouTube channel Bad Hasbara. He's gone point by point with these and debunked them, many of them months.
You know that has to have pissed off Ethan.
Prior to the release of Ethan's video. Hassan himself has also responded to most of the...
Oh, Michael Cohen. Oh, I remember. Yeah, he went to jail, right?
These claims also...
He went to jail for Trump.
So months ago. I will leave these videos linked below in a playlist. Given the existence of these...
Like one should ask themselves like how I had the foresight to be able to debunk stuff that came out in a video months prior to the video coming out. How was I able to do that? Can I see the future? Is that what's going on here? That I'm capable of seeing the future? Like I knew what the new contents were going to look like? This is a question that has been on my mind. Like how do...
Ethan and his childlike understanding of the world, childlike as in the kid from The Omen. You know who people keep on telling me that like Elon's kid reminds them of The Omen.
How do defenders of Ethan Klein at this stage not realize that? Did they watch the video addressing? Did they watch the video of mine addressing Ethan Klein's content nuke 3 months or 4 months before the content nuke ever came out? Because if they did, they would recognize that a lot of the stuff that he is pointing to in his content nuke, which I like to call content puke, were addressed already. Did Ethan not know that they were?
Hassan is a wizard? Yeah, literally.
Addressed already? Did he do any research on the matter? Does he care about the truth? Does he care about my actual perspective? Or was his goal to simply tar and feather and viciously smear a very vocal advocate for Palestinian emancipation?
These dozens of other responses. I'm not here to repeat their arguments. You can just go watch them. No, the real reason I'm talking about Ethan's video today is less about what he says in it and more about what he doesn't say. The things he chooses to leave out. Save for a passing mention of an outdated, vastly underestimated death toll of Palestinians in Gaza, Ethan omits the
I sent that video to my girlfriend's brother and he said he didn't address most of the points and said you just spent most of the time saying you weren't anti-Semitic. Okay, well that's insane.
Palestinian side of the story entirely. He doesn't talk about Gaza. He doesn't give any specifics about what Israel is doing there. And this is an issue for a few reasons, but mainly all of the points he raises are directly tied to the Gaza genocide.
They got mad at Hassan for calling it the content puke? Really?
Targets
God.
of this video are some of the only groups in the world that have violently resisted Israel's genocide, and the few figures in independent media that are willing to tell the Palestinian side of the story. By leaving out the broader context, Ethan is able to present a false perception to these millions of viewers about the motivations behind the people his video attacks. He's able to frame them as mindless, terrorist-supporting, America-hating anti-Semites, and not what they really are, which is anti-genocide people that are against genocide. Western media manufactures consent for large-scale terror operations across the globe in a number of ways. There are more overt forms like atrocity propaganda. There are also more subtle ways like deceptively framing information, using passive language, and creating false perceptions about conflicts through things like burying the lead and lies by omission. All of these tactics are present in Ethan's video and the wider online smear campaign that motivated it, but it's that last thing that I think does quite a bit of damage, lying by omission. The way Ethan's video is framed seems to imply that Israel's genocide in Gaza is not actually a genocide. He never explicitly uses the term himself, but it's presented as just another thing that's happening in the Middle East that's sad, but ultimately the product of a war. That there are deaths on both sides, and that all we need to have peace is rational dialogue between these two sides. This could not be further from the truth, and to better understand this, we need to talk about Gaza. Thus far, I've been using the term genocide in reference to Israel's actions in Gaza, but it seems like a lot of the people using it on social media here have a general lack of understanding of the gravity of what that term actually means. Genocide isn't just...
Maybe I could put it in Waluigi's hand. It turns out the passport is like as big as Waluigi.
Bad thing that's happening where people are dying. No, that's not what it is. It's a Holocaust. The U.S.-Israeli Holocaust. That's what it should be called. Israel is using everything in its power to eradicate Palestinians from the planet. The fact that Israel's actions in Gaza amount to genocide isn't controversial. Not among the experts, at least. This is the near universal consensus among top human rights groups and humanitarian organizations operating on the ground in Gaza that Israel is committing genocide, countless war crimes, and crimes against humanity. There is the Amnesty International report, a 300-page report that accused Israel of genocide in Gaza. There was the Human Rights Watch report accusing Israel of crimes against humanity and genocide in Gaza, specifically through the intentional deprivation of access to clean drinking water. The United Nations, Euromed Monitor, Doctors Without Borders, the International Committee of the Red Cross, Israeli human rights groups like B'Tselem, various Holocaust scholars, they're all saying the same thing.
I get this sucks and he's unhinged, but I'm getting really tired of this constant talk. Like, we all get it. We understand your opinion on this. Why not just go back to ignoring his crazy ass like you've done for months? I want news, not Hassan enemies updates personally. If you think that this video is entirely about my enemies and an update for it,
you got to understand what Noah's actually doing with this video. There's a reason that Ethan, Tom, and Mudahar and Destiny are in the thumbnail, and that is to get people to click on it. Right? They click on it and they, because they're interested in drama slop, and instead they learn something.
I think you're missing the major point here. Okay? Noah's video is not about drama. Noah's video is about genocide, about an ongoing genocide, and how supposedly quote-unquote independent media outlets, okay, supposedly independent content creators who sometimes masquerade as apolitical or centrist have actually carried water for the continuation of this and have actively diluted their audience by lying or by omitting key details, okay? The reason why I'm talking about this also is because this current administration is now moving to deport legal permanent residents and students on student visas by using the same exact smears that these supposedly apolitical, centrist, or even liberal pro-Palestinian content creators
Slop to education pipeline. I like it, Sisyphean.
Are using against people like myself.
So what I've always tried to do is use the tendency of drama to attract eyeballs to, to put something useful in front of those eyeballs.
Okay? It's the exact same method that they're using. They're just saying every student that is against genocide, against apartheid, is actually secretly a vicious anti-Semite, and they must be deported from this country. It is directly related to issues that I'm talking about.
Last year, the International Court of Justice ruled that the case for Israel's genocide in Gaza is plausible. It was a preliminary hearing, and the final rulings on cases of genocide typically take multiple years, but the ICJ issued several provisional measures to prevent the possibility of a genocide taking place, provisional measures which Israel has failed to follow completely. And then there was, of course, the International Criminal Court, who issued arrest warrants for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and former Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, who are now wanted international war criminals. Towards the start of his video, Ethan mentions a death toll figure of 40,000 Palestinian people.
Of course, if you compare the raw numbers, Gazans have lost a lot more than Israelis. 40,000 people have died, and neighborhoods have...
40,000 people have been killed. Okay? It's not just Israelis that get killed. Palestinians also get killed. Palestinians have not simply...
Passive voice, right? They died. It was a tragedy. No, it was murder. It was genocide. They were killed.
Died. Okay? They get murdered. And the number is not 40,000. It's much higher than that. This is an important distinction. It's not simply just drama. Okay? It is an important distinction.
You know, I love Ethan, like, making the assumption that, like, the fact that the numbers stopped at 40,000, right? We haven't heard an update, in other words, to the numbers in like a year or more. It means that the killing must have stopped too. Do you really think the killing stopped? Do you really think that it just, like, you know, do you think the dying stopped? Or do you think that it might have become impossible to calculate these numbers? Because the healthcare system and anyone who would report on such a thing have been taken out of commission. Destiny will use this number and the fact that it hasn't gone up to imply that, oh, it must not be that bad if only 40, if, you know, if the number hasn't gone up. Just, it's sick shit.
Distinction. Because this verbiage, utilizing terms such as this, are important to, like, whether the person using that statement is aware of it or not doesn't even matter. Passive language of this sort is an attempt to pacify the audience that's listening. Okay? If it wasn't so successful, the New York Times would not consistently utilize it.
Completely flattened during this war.
The figure he cites is wrong. It's just wrong. Credible estimates of
exploiting a purposeful lack of data for ideological ends. Yeah, particle.
Place the full scale of the slaughter in Gaza at over 65,000 deaths due to traumatic injury alone, with further projections that include indirect deaths in the hundreds of thousands, potentially over 10% of the population of Gaza. Ethan's brief and false citation leaves a lot of other things unmentioned, like how the vast majority of these deaths have been Palestinian civilians, including over 15,000 children. The United Nations described Gaza as a graveyard for children just months into the genocide, and after that, Israel only ramped up its child killing. Ethan does not mention that over 1,200 families have been completely erased from the Gaza civil registry, meaning that every single member of their bloodline has been killed. Nor does he mention that the mass slaughter of these innocent civilians has been intentional. Israel has a long history of intentionally targeting Palestinian civilians for slaughter. This dates back to the Nakba, the ethnic cleansing of over 700,000 Palestinians from their land in 1948, which included the massacre of thousands of civilians. And it's also evident in all of Israel's many previous violent incursions into Gaza specifically. During Operation Cast Lead, starting in late 2008 to 2009, Israel slaughtered about 1,400 Palestinian people. 300 of those were children. During this widespread massacre, Israel ordered people to shelter in schools, so-called humanitarian safe zones, then proceeded to bomb the schools and kill people by the dozens. This practice has continued at an even larger scale in the latest escalation in Gaza.
Firas, my brother Firas, he screams. The
There's
pain
TOS
is
here.
overwhelming as corpses lie by his feet. These are the most.
This is what I mean. He was able to, you know, put himself on screen during the moments that Twitch would have
moments just after an Israeli strike on a school sheltering thousands of displaced Palestinians.
There's a little baby and his face
During
is
the
bloody.
2018 border protests, or the Great March of Return, which were recognized by human rights organizations as being overwhelmingly peaceful, Israel fired on the peaceful crowds with sniper rifles, injuring thousands and killing hundreds. The UN reports concluded that Israeli snipers were intentionally targeting children, medics, pregnant women, and disabled people. Israeli snipers later publicly, gleefully recounted their experiences of hunting
42 knees in one day. The IDF said, we know exactly where every single bullet landed after this. They tweeted it out. And then when people were like, so you're saying you deliberately kneecapped Palestinian children who were engaging in an active peaceful protest? They deleted the tweet.
Palestinians for sport, bragging about the number of kneecaps they could shatter. This trend has continued in Israel's latest escalation since October 7th to an extreme degree. IDF snipers are intentionally targeting children for execution by shooting them in the skull and in the heart. Healthcare workers have testified to seeing Israeli drones hovering outside of hospitals, picking off children. That's where they're shooting them and injuring them and then circling back to execute them.
What I think I found particularly disturbing was that a bomb would drop maybe on a crowded, tented area, and then the drones would come down and...
Please take your time. We're incredibly grateful.
So the drones would come down and pick off civilians, children, and we had description after description. This is not, an occasional thing. This was day after day after day, operating on children who would say, I was lying on the ground after a bomb had dropped, and this quadcopter.
No one is coming after America for killing 400,000, 2 million civilians in the Middle East, blah, blah, war crimes, okay. Why start with Israel? Because you got caught. Embarrassing, right? Only a matter of time. Hell yeah, you're fueling the fire. You spend all day keeping this narrow view and punishing people. Do you think I'm in support of the American invasion of Iraq or Afghanistan? Are you stupid?
The idea that because the United States committed war crimes and atrocities in Iraq, that an American has no business stating any issue with what's going on in Gaza is fucking ridiculous. One of the biggest proponents of accountability for Israel on this has been the state of South Africa. Do you think that the South Africans should shut up because they've got, their own history of... Look, Americans are not only the perpetrators of this shit, they're also the victims of this shit. Just like South Africans were the victims of apartheid. And yeah, you should speak up about what your own country is doing and about, the idea that oh no, we're just going to shut up. We're going to sit this one out. You do you, Israel. Go ahead and kill those children because America killed some, America's hands are not clean. That's so fucked up. Nothing ever gets done. Nothing ever gets done that way.
Are you insane?
He came down and hovered over me and shot me.
I don't know how Hassan doesn't throw his computer at least 20 times a stream. Yeah, and half of the time from chatters, right?
And that's a clearly...
that viewpoint is so stupid, by the way. It literally is just so what? So what if Israel does a little bit of genocide? America gets to do it all the time is an insane way to argue your position. You know what I mean? Saying blah, blah war crimes. Absolutely psychotic.
A deliberate act, and it was a persistent act, persistent targeting of civilians day after day. We had 1 or 2 mass casualty incidents every day, and that meant 10 to 20 dead, 20 to 40 seriously injured.
Just hunting Palestinian children for sport. It's pure terrorism. The Israelis also have a history of murdering Palestinian civilians by running them over with bulldozers and tanks. Recall the story of the killing of Kamal Zair from April of 2002. Israeli tanks shot and killed him, and then...
Yeah, right, Lemon Wars, especially considering that it's the United States tax dollars paying for what's happening.
To run him over. He was 57 years old, wheelchair bound, and waving a white flag. Another prominent case of this was Rachel Corrie, a 23-year-old American peace activist who was murdered by an Israeli bulldozer while protesting the destruction of Palestinian homes in Gaza. Israelis for years after her murder celebrated the day by making pancakes with Rachel Corrie's face painted into them. In the latest escalation, individual Israeli soldiers have admitted to committing these atrocities by the hundreds. The only reason we have these admissions is because Western outlets have written articles with concerns over how the mass murdering affects these soldiers' mental health.
Literally. It's like that's the only time you get the coverage of like some of the more heinous acts that like IDF bulldozers have engaged in Gaza because of how it hurt their feelings and how one of the Israeli occupying force soldiers actually killed himself because he couldn't deal with it. He couldn't eat meat any longer because it reminded him of the bodies of the Palestinian children that he rode over with his bulldozer.
Element to the case that Israel is committing genocide is its continuous intentional deprivation of the basic necessities for life for Palestinians in Gaza. They've been using starvation as a weapon of war, a war crime, and a crime against humanity. Most recently, Israel's response to the quote-unquote ceasefire in Gaza is to continue this mass starvation while explicitly stating it as a matter of policy. They have blocked humanitarian aid throughout the genocide in violation of international law, the ceasefire orders, and the ICJ's provisional measures against genocide. The pretext they've fabricated for this policy of intentional starvation is that Hamas is looting these aid trucks. They have provided no evidence for this claim. What we do have evidence for is that Israel has protected and supported criminal gangs with ties to ISIS in areas that Israel has full control over. And these groups have been looting aid trucks. Israel is intentionally depriving Palestinians in Gaza of access to clean water. Oxfam reported that Israel has destroyed over 1,000 miles of water and sanitation networks, leaving less than 7% of pre-war water levels in Rafah and North Gaza. Israel has also partially or entirely destroyed over 80% of water and sanitation infrastructure in Gaza, including all 6 of its mainline wastewater treatment plants. Brutal, violent attacks on the healthcare system are another aspect of the genocide. They've damaged or destroyed every single hospital in Gaza and murdered countless medical workers, doctors, nurses, rescue workers, and healthcare staff. They've kidnapped doctors and held them without charge, where they've been tortured. Dr. Adnan al-Bursh, Gaza's leading orthopedic surgeon, was kidnapped by Israeli soldiers, brought to an Israeli prison, and then reportedly raped to death. The latest UN reports have concluded that over 90% of the buildings in Gaza have been severely damaged or completely destroyed. If you watch any of the footage coming out of Gaza, this is made quite clear. Israel's destruction includes every single school, hospital, mosque, cultural center, church, residential areas. Everything has been bombed. It's estimated that it will take a minimum of 15 years to remove the debris and unexploded ordinances from the Gaza Strip. That's just removing it, by the way, not rebuilding. In September, the UN released an estimate that because of Israel's illegal and inhumane blockade around Gaza, which regularly limits the transfer of things like concrete into the Strip, fully rebuilding Gaza will take 350 years. Gaza is about 25 miles long and 5 miles wide. It is one of the most densely populated areas on Earth. It is in this area that Israel has dropped equivalent to that of multiple nuclear weapons. Israel has done this with full knowledge that over half the population of Gaza is children. So no, this isn't just a case where 40,000 people died. A lot more than that happened. One of the most tragic elements of the Gaza genocide is that, as crucial as it may be for the factual record and eventually holding the perpetrators accountable, merely recounting these statistics does not afford Palestinians the dignity of humanity. They are simply reduced to numbers, to tens of thousands of names on a registry, as if they aren't human beings with dreams, hopes, hobbies, interests, and love for the people around them. If you've had this feeling as well, I want to recommend a book. It's called If I Must Die. It's written by renowned Palestinian poet, author, and teacher Dr. Rafat Al-Arir. It's full of stories and poetry and history about life, or rather survival, in Gaza during occupation and genocide. It is beautifully written and humanizing beyond anything you'll ever get from most coverage of Gaza, especially in the West. I have a friend from Gaza. His name's Ahmed Sarsour, and he's a very talented poet. We got in contact on social media, and when I read his work, it moved me in a very similar way to the way Dr. Rafat's words have. Ahmed has a sister, Rania. She is a mother and a gynecologist from Gaza, Gaza and is seeking help after being displaced in February of last year. She and her children were forced to flee their home, and her life was further devastated when her home and her family members' homes were destroyed. She gave birth to her baby, Rose, in a hospital without proper care and no anesthetic, and now faces a dire situation with limited resources. I've linked her fundraiser in the description. Support if you can. The funds raised will go towards essentials like diapers, baby formula, medicine, basic living items, rent, and travel expenses for relocation. Another friend of mine, Ahmed Matar, is a 27-year-old inventor from Gaza. He makes these brilliant videos showing the process of constructing creative inventions to use in order to survive in Gaza. After the so-called ceasefire was implemented, Ahmed and his family returned to their home in the north only to find that it had been looted, vandalized, and destroyed by the occupation forces. Support his campaign if you can. I will leave these fundraisers as well as a link to Dr. Al-Arir's book in the description. The book is devastating, though, especially considering the fate of its author. Dr. Rafat was killed by Israel in a targeted assassination in December of 2023. He was killed alongside his brother, Salah, with his son Muhammad and his sister Asma, and 3 of her children. This came after having over 30 members of his and his wife's family slaughtered by Israel over the course of their lives. What these numbers also fail to communicate is the weight and depth the effects of this crime has had and will continue to have for generations. To speak only of the children of Gaza, they will forever hold the wounds and trauma caused by Israel's genocide in their minds and hearts. It was reported that when asked, over half of the children in Gaza expressed a desire to die. Many of them already held such wounds, though, of course, but in terms of sheer scale and intensity, what we're seeing now is incomprehensible except to those experiencing it. Throughout these 17 months of genocide, the international community has left the people of Gaza to languish and die. If there's anything we've learned about Israel in the past 100 years, it's that there is no crime they can commit that won't go unpunished, up to and including genocide. In the latest escalation, again, the world has watched this happen and done nothing. And some have, of course, actively made this genocide possible. Most notably, that would be the United States government. The US and the Biden administration is fully complicit in this genocide. They've repeatedly sent billions of dollars in weapons shipments and provided military and diplomatic support. Over 80% of the killing machinery that has been used to slaughter Palestinians in Gaza has been provided by the United States government. They've also provided rhetorical and diplomatic support by whitewashing Israel's crimes against humanity, laundering Israeli atrocity propaganda, and denying and dismissing genocide allegations. That last one should come as no surprise, given that a genocide ruling against Israel does also implicate the United States in the crime of aiding and abetting genocide, since they sent the bombs that made it possible. The ICC is already being urged to investigate Joe Biden and Antony Blinken for their role in perpetrating this very crime. These actions have shown the U.S. to be acting in violation of both domestic and international laws by sending weapons to a regime that is actively and intentionally blocking access to humanitarian aid against a civilian population that they are occupying, and ignoring the arrest warrants issued by the International Criminal Court against Netanyahu and Gallant. This is just another plot on the long chart of the US and Israel's position as rogue states in the international community. There's a comment I saw on Ethan Klein's video. It read, "I feel like a lot of people can't separate Israelis and the Israeli government, and the same with the other side. Like, you are allowed to hate on the people who actually kill people and not hate the innocent adults and children that are being killed from both sides." This is a popular framing among liberals and liberal outlets, that we should separate the Israeli people from the actions of their government. While there are some examples from the past where this may be true, such as the case of the American public's attitudes towards the end of the Vietnam War, which diverged from their government, the same cannot be said in the case of Israel. The vast majority of the Israeli public supports this genocide. Months into the genocide, polling showed that over 95% of Jews...
Which, by the way, I have actively shown that there are, albeit a very small number, but still a number of Israelis who are themselves anti-Zionist. So to say that about someone like myself is especially ridiculous. That's another reason why this is insane. I've also, of course, talked about this quite a bit as well, in terms of the...
Philip BL, super chatted $10. Rachel Corrie was an Aspie like me. To this day, CIA whistleblower Ray McGovern wears a bracelet given to him by her father. People hugging heartbreak. I'm very grateful for Ray McGovern and all his work with Code Pink. Sparkling heart dove.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, from my understanding, Rachel Corrie was there on a school trip. And, stayed where she was when she could have easily moved out of the way of the bulldozer in hopes that, I don't know, the international incident that should have caused would prevent the bulldozer from moving forward. It did not, and I don't think it caused an international incident.
The active championing of the ongoing genocide in Gaza by the Israeli voting public. Having said that, there are still a small number of, I guess, very unique to Israeli society, but still a small number of Israelis who are themselves anti-Zionist. So coming after me with that assertion is even more idiotic.
Jewish Israelis supported the IDF's actions, with a majority of those indicating that the IDF was not using enough force in Gaza. The force in question there being, genocide. They wanted more. It wasn't enough, apparently. 17 months later, and nothing has really changed. Just weeks ago, polling indicated that the Trump administration's plan to facilitate the ethnic cleansing of Gazans was supported by over 80% of Israelis. This headline refers to Israelis as a whole, but that 80% support statistic is actually only the perspective of Jewish Israelis. A majority of Palestinians with Israeli citizenship, or Arab Israelis, as the Israeli government tries to call them, considers this ethnic cleansing plan to be immoral. When it comes to Jewish Israelis, however, that number drops to just 3%. This should come as no surprise, given Israel's history. A country that exists on the logic of ethnic supremacy and colonization requires a certain level of dehumanization to keep its inhabitants from collapsing under the weight of the reality of their rotten society. Another way to get a handle on the seemingly ubiquitous genocidal fervor among Israelis is by just talking to them.
How many civilians have been killed in Gaza, from what you know?
Who gives a shit?
Okay, but don't you feel like, for example, children?
Children grow up to be Arabs. I read the numbers last week. My memory died and went to heaven. I don't think children should suffer, but they're always casualties. And since they do a lot of pruervu, that is the natural result.
I'm sorry, they do a lot of...
But they're always casualties. And since they do a lot of pruervu, that is the natural result.
Is it maybe a word in Hebrew? I don't know. I don't know what she said.
חפים מפשע נהרגו בעזה.
טוב, אז כנראה שנעצור.
את לא רוצה לענות על זה?
תודה.
אוקיי, אפשר לשאול למה?
כי אני לא חושבת שיש מישהו שהוא חף פשע שם. צר.
אבל ילדים אבל, נגיד.
הילדים מסכנים, אין ספק, אבל הם לא יגדלו להיות ילדים חפים מפשע, לצערי.
Most of the kids there that are getting killed, I never support little children dying,
But
I never want it. But most of them will grow up not only supporting Hamas, which is a crime by itself, but joining them, which is the worst of the worst.
בפשע נהרגו בעזה.
לא, זה גם לא מעניין אותי.
לא? למה?
לא מעניין אותי. אני הייתי עד 7 באוקטובר האמנתי בשלום ובשיח ובדו-שיח. אחרי זה הבנתי שאין עם מי לדבר. כולם שם מחבלים. לצערי הרב.
אבל ילדים, כאילו.
לא, אני אומרת בכנות, לא מעניין אותי.
There is no such thing as Palestinians. They're Arabs who...
It feels like they went through a more acute and extreme version of 9/11, but I do recognize these attitudes. I've seen shit like this from Americans.
We have many countries to flee to and nobody wants them to. But if we do call them Palestinians, their parents use them as human shields to gain sympathy.
Saying that with what I assume is the most Long Island accent obviously adds an additional layer to the irony that Palestinians could flee to other Arab nations. Meanwhile, the nation that you are currently inside of the borders of was invented through settler colonialism 76 years ago.
And isn't she the woman that said, there are no Palestinians, or I don't believe in Palestinians, or...
And it's very obvious to me that you certainly have somewhere else to go to. They don't.
The natural instinct of a Jewish mother is to protect her child. Palestinian women do not have that.
These people know that they're on camera and that these remarks will be posted.
Chat, I'm getting one chatter responding that they can't hear me. If other people can, maybe if we could get somebody in Twitch chat to say, to suggest to the chatter that they refresh. I don't know what else would be causing the audio to cut out, but so a lot of times, yeah, these problems get solved by hitting refresh.
On the internet or shared on the mainstream news. This is normal to them. This is normal in their society, which is a testament to the fact that their society is not normal. It's typically bad form to cite street interviews as being some meaningful indicator of widespread attitudes. But again, with Israel, it's just different. Not just because these attitudes align perfectly with the wider Israeli polling data, but also because it's almost impossible to find anyone in Israel saying anything else. The amount of truly anti-Zionist Israelis living in Israel numbers in the hundreds. This figure is according to anti-Zionist Israelis themselves. They are alone.
Everyone around us are completely genocidal maniacs.
I know they're in the hundreds because all 100 of them are in this community.
Everyone around you, and I don't mean it metaphorically. It's not metaphorically. It's literally everybody. It will be your family. It will be your teachers. It will be your colleagues. Everyone around you. So you're alone. Even if we will gather all of those anti-Zionists together from Jerusalem or Tel Aviv or Haifa or whatever, it will not be more than, I don't know, 500?
There's no tangible internal opposition within the country. The Israeli left is a myth. This is reflected once more in the openly genocidal sentiment we see on social media from IDF terrorists who have been willingly, gleefully, posting their own war crimes on the internet for everyone to see for...
So much so that the Israeli occupying force had to give out a directive to stop posting your war crimes because it's gonna, it's gonna cause you to get repercussions from foreign nations when you're visiting.
A year and a half.
They go into the homes of Palestinians, and they're often clearly staying there, and they just smash them up, and they film themselves smashing them up. They also delight in going through women's underwear drawers, and this is a sort of recurring obsession. You have to see Israeli soldier videos in the context of the broader output of Israeli society.
If you gave me a button.
Oh God, God, this fucking podcast, right? Oh no, chat, he's got my same headphones. Some of the worst shit that I've heard. And my understanding is that the views that they're expressing are not unique in Israel. I'll just let them speak for themselves.
Race Gaza. Every single living being in Gaza would no longer be living tomorrow. I would press it in a second. I would press it right now. Give me that button and press it right now.
There you go.
And I think most Israelis would.
There's an Israeli song called This Was My Home. And what they would do is dress up as caricatures of obviously what they perceive Palestinians to be, being sung mockingly to people who no longer have homes. We're not looking at...
There's also Arab face. Aside from blackface, which they also do, they do Arab face too.
Some sort of obscure subculture within
Oh, Particle, I'm sorry you lost your AKGs. Yeah, they're like the most comfortable headphones that exist.
Israeli society. This is mainstream Israeli society.
People have been keeping tabs on this. There are a number of archives documenting the names and crimes of these Israeli terrorists. One of the most thorough of these databases was created by a historian, Lee
Good to see you, Riverrune.
Mordecai. It's called Bearing Witness to the Israel-Gaza War. It is presently over 120 pages long with extremely detailed footnotes. There's that one tweet that's like, hitting translate from Hebrew on Twitter is like discovering a lost page from Mein Kampf. This holds up pretty well. Here, let's try it on this tweet. The survivors of the 2025 Holocaust are proof that every trace of the murderous mutations in Gaza must be erased, from delivery rooms to...
Oh, what they're talking about, 2025, wait, what? What are they referring to when they say this 2025 Holocaust?
The last elderly person in Gaza. 100% dead in Gaza. That there is Barashi Kinneret, the host of a mainstream Israeli news channel. One more example that I found particularly striking was the right protests. A group of Israeli prison guards were placed under investigation after security camera footage leaked showing them gang Palestinian prisoner. The Israeli public reacted in uproar, not because of what they were alleged to have done, but because they were potentially going to be punished for it. Protests were held outside.
Yeah, they did a January 6th
of the prison, attended by top Israeli officials.
Yeah, they're demanding the freedom. If you don't know the situation, there's a particularly horrendous facility called Seditiman, and where people not convicted of crimes, including in all likelihood, very many innocent people were subjected to all kinds of inhuman acts. And in this case, we're talking about being violated by a hot metal rod. And there was a plan to, prosecute the soldiers who did this in Israel. The response to this plan from people, including members of the Knesset, was to storm the facility in which the soldiers were being held and demand their release and insist that such a crime committed against Palestinians, and when they said Palestinians, they used the word for terrorists to indicate, the Palestinians was that no crime, no such act could be considered a crime against Palestinians. No level of humanity or no level of inhumanity is to be considered like a punishable offense or a morally objectionable offense. That was what the members of the Knesset were claiming.
Officials, mainstream Israeli news channels brought on one of the alleged soldiers for interviews, supporting him and his right to kill Palestinian hostage.
That is so fucked. Yeah, it is January 6th. I mean, it's probably worse than January 6th, if I'm being honest.
Again, this wasn't some extremist fluke. It was reflected in broader polling of the Israeli.
Why are we watching this trash? Is that
the fuck
you just said? Are you okay? Does it hurt your feelings? Dude doesn't know history. This all happened before the murder. Brandon caused the bird flu. I feel like I recognize his name. What is the trash here? Like covering the atrocities that Israel has done. Why are you calling it trash? What's the purpose?
Public. According to a poll taken around that time, 65% of Israeli Jews oppose criminal
Chat, listen, I know a lot of you feel like the world, especially those of you living in the US, you feel much like I feel like the world has been ripped away from you, that your existence, that life has been torn away from you. I don't know if we can get it back, but I know that the first step to doing so is standing up against this shit. There's a relationship in between the things that can happen to us and the things that we allow to happen in our world. It's not a one-to-one linear relationship, but there is a relationship. And like I said, if there's any way out of this hell, it starts with that kind of solidarity. Their liberation is your liberation, is our liberation. Their suffering is our suffering, will be your suffering. I don't know how to fix this, but I know that there's not nearly enough awareness. And it's hard to face what's going on. But any improvement in the situation starts with that acknowledgement, as difficult as it might be. But yeah, it's really hard to look at. But look at it we must. Injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere, yeah. We want to live in a world where they can't do this to people. We want to live in a world where people who commit these kinds of actions are not allowed to exist. We want to live in a world where we refuse to be the people who abide by these kind of actions. No one is free until we are all free. A place is only as good as its people. Yeah. Copy from my YouTube message. Tools for genocide and abuse are brought back to the home country. Yeah, Foucault's boomerang. And we have to fight for all of us. And like when people, denigrate, like, like I hear people talk about stuff like land acknowledgement, like it's this like ridiculous thing. And it's not. It's a very real thing. All right, sure. Are there people that do that shit performatively? Sure. But who fucking cares? I mean, we gotta acknowledge that, like, right, what I'm trying to say, chat, is that this shit has not, like, it's not, like, this kind of shit hasn't happened within the United States. It's not like Manifest Destiny was not this brutal. And it all needs to be acknowledged. Anyway, chat, that is probably as much as I can do of this. I said I was gonna give you Pod Save America. God damn, did I ever set them up for tough segment to follow? But look, I'm glad they're talking about this shit.
But first, we try not to alarm you all on this show unless it's necessary. But there are a few stories out there about the Trump regime cracking down on dissent and opposition that make you wonder how we'd react if this was happening in another country. So over the weekend, ICE agents with the federal government detained a legal permanent resident in New York, took him away from his very pregnant wife, threw him in a detention center in Louisiana, all despite the fact that they have not charged him with a crime. His name is Mahmoud Khalil, and he's a Columbia graduate who's been the leader of the university's
I wish I could do more.
pro-Gaza protests. Trump is bragging about the arrest and said that it's part of his promise to find and deport any student protesters who he believes have engaged in what he's calling, quote, pro-terrorist, anti-Semitic, anti-American activity. The Trump administration also cited anti-Semitism as the reason they're canceling $400 million in grants and contracts to Columbia University. As a note, more than a quarter of the school's operating budget comes from federal grants. So this is going to have a real impact on faculty, on students, on tuition costs, all the rest.
Yeah, I could spend a little bit of that fucking endowment though.
Just waiting for that.
It's not. I don't agree with it.
There
I'm
we
just
go.
saying.
Yeah,
Just
sure,
these,
sure.
I'm, anyway, continue.
Okay.
Wait, I don't understand. He's like,
Hope they don't come after Williams.
Listen, first they came for Columbia and I did not speak out. For I went to a small liberal arts college.
is that really just literally that joke about like a college rivalry, or that like Columbia has the reputation that I don't know.
Northwest.
I'm not East Coast enough, chat. I'm not East Coast enough to understand this stuff.
Western Massachusetts that few people have heard of.
Trump also signed an executive order on Friday that orders the government's public service loan forgiveness program. You get help with your student loans if you go into a career in public service. It's been around forever. To exclude anyone at any group that provides or supports gender-affirming care for minors, helps undocumented immigrants, or runs DEI programs. On Thursday, he signed an executive order canceling all federal contracts, security clearances, and even access to federal buildings from Perkins Coie, a law firm that does a lot of work for Democrats. Federal buildings, which is where, by the way, they would, the courthouses are federal buildings, and so which is where they would practice law.
That's a good point.
Last month, Trump signed a similar order canceling security clearances for anyone at the law firm of Covington and Burling because they did some work with Jack Smith. Here's Trump talking about this decision with Fox News' Maria Bartiromo on Sunday morning.
We have a lot of law firms that we're going to be going after.
Okay, so they're going to talk about
dishonest people. They were very, very dishonest.
Recorded a judge.
They're talking about a few other things kind of mixed in. This is like their intro.
Individually, all these stories are a huge deal, and collectively, it's like it's an assault on free speech like we haven't seen in a very long time. That should worry everybody. I'm just starting with Columbia. I mean, sometimes when Trump does something that's so far over the line, conservatives react honestly for about 24 hours. You notice this?
You heard Ann Coulter actually, react to this in a surprisingly, acknowledging that this is not in accordance with the First Amendment.
That happened in this case. Ann Coulter tweeted, "There's almost no one I don't want to deport, but unless they've committed a crime, isn't this a violation of the First Amendment?" Yes, Ann. Yes, it is. And I think with free speech issues, it's just when in the abstract, we should be agnostic about the topic, the people involved, whether you agree or disagree with what they said, whether you find it offensive or not. If a lawful permanent resident can be rounded up by ICE agents or the Department of Homeland Security, thrown into jail without charges, without even being charged with...
And Coulter's still around. I wonder if this is what happens to like that there's just a ramping up of the... I mean, Ann Coulter was known as a over-the-top reactionary in her own day, but it's like they get outdone by the new edgy right-wing commentators.
Accused of a crime? That should worry everybody.
Yeah, so it's a small detail, but they didn't have to send this person to Louisiana.
No.
There's detention facilities. There's ways of processing him.
Okay, now this worried me right here because I'm just like, look, no, they shouldn't have sent him to Louisiana, but also they shouldn't have detained him
in New York, New Jersey. So this is like...
And originally they did have him in New York, New Jersey, and then they transferred him to Louisiana.
Clearly punitive. And so it's meant to be punitive.
Well, it's my understanding is it's part of judge shopping, that they know the areas in which they could get the most favorable decisions by judges, and so the moving him to Louisiana had to do with that.
He's a lawful permanent resident.
Some of my chatters, Bad Lefty says kind of black sidey. Some of my somebody that was a commenter on YouTube mentioned that they were familiar with this area, and this was actually where the Boeing whistleblower, like the same area where they went to for the judge, right? Where the Boeing whistleblower is buried.
For very good reason, lawful permanent residents are protected by the First Amendment the same way we're all protected by the First Amendment. There are ways in which the government can revoke somebody's immigration status.
Let's play a video of Ben Shapiro probably talking about college, the college incursions of far-right weirdos into places like Berkeley, and making the case for free speech there, that you can't really believe what Ben Shapiro is saying without also saying, yeah, this should apply to Mahmoud Khalil as well.
But it's not as punishment for speech you don't like.
But yeah, of course, current day Ben Shapiro does not feel the same.
By the way, it's not even as punishment for speech you don't like that may be associated with protests in which some people broke the rules or broke the law or what have you. You charge somebody with a crime.
All right, sorry, let me let Lovett speak. This is the guy, by the way. You might remember him from his his discussion with Hassan. What was it? I think it was shortly after the election. This is, John Lovett, not to be confused with John Lovitz, and John Favreau, not to be confused with John Favreau, the John Favreau from film.
For speech you don't like. And by the way, it's not even as punishment for speech you don't like that may by the First Amendment. There are ways in which the government can pull permanent resident.
Nixon. Oh yeah, 10 soldiers and Nixon coming. Yeah, that's right. Philip. Kent State. And at the time, the public sympathy was very much with the National Guard soldiers that fired on those students, not with the student protesters.
For very good reason, lawful permanent residents are protected by the First Amendment the same way we're all protected by the First Amendment. There are ways in which the government can revoke somebody's immigration status, but it's not as punishment for speech you don't like. And by the way, it's not even as punishment for speech you don't like that may be associated with protests in which some people broke the rules or broke the law or what have you. You charge somebody with a crime, right? If he broke the law, you charge that person with whatever that crime is. That due process then may ultimately result in somebody losing immigration status, something that happens all the time if you commit fraud when you apply, right? There's lots of ways.
What is it called? I mean, like this kind of thing, happened in the 60s, right? The Chicago 8, is that what they were called? They tried to convict prominent members or prominent spokespeople in the protest movement for the situation that broke out at the Democratic Convention in Chicago in 1968.
Ways immigration status can be revoked, but no, you can't just say, oh, this person is participating in protests. And there's very Orwellian language, and I never say Orwellian because it's been such a fucking cliche and just overused phrase, but like to say it was for protest aligned to terrorist organizations is deeply strange.
One of the ways that you can revoke a green card, and by the way, like you said, the State Department cannot just revoke a green card on its own. It has to go through a hearing. There has to be an immigration judge involved. One of the ways you can revoke a green card is if someone is a member of a terrorist organization or an extremist organization or has provided support, right? Is a threat to the United States because they're providing support to a terrorist organization.
It's supposed to be material support, I believe, not just like you accuse that person of supporting Hamas.
So clearly the White House
supporting the Hamas
wants to say that anyone who participated in these protests is Hamas or providing support to Hamas. But again, no crime has been charged and no evidence has been provided that this person provided any kind of material support to Hamas or was part of Hamas or anything like that.
Yeah, I think most terrorism prosecutions are providing material support. So if they had any evidence of that, they would have charged this kid with a crime.
Exactly. And by the way, the way this happened is he was coming home, and outside his apartment there were 4 plainclothes agents, and they identified themselves to him and his wife. They asked who he was, and then they said, "You're coming with us." His wife, who's 8 months pregnant, ran to get his green card because they said, "Oh, we're taking away your student visa." And she's like, "Well, he's not a student visa holder. He's a green card holder." And then the ICE agent is on the phone with someone and is like, "Oh, we're taking him in anyway."
Yeah, they're doing this on the fly.
Yeah.
I will say, like, I made the general point about free speech. I also think in this specific instance, like as someone who's talked publicly about Gaza and Israel and the two-state solution for a very long time, there is a long-term sustained effort to police speech on this specific topic, especially to define criticism of it.
I don't know if we heard any of this from Pod Save America, like during the student protests. Maybe I wasn't watching as much. Maybe they did bring it up, but I definitely heard a lack of discussion of this during the election from these guys.
Israel as anti-Semitic, or activism that protests Israel, like the BDS movement, as anti-Semitic. And so Trump is building off.
Why are they fixating on relying on co-opted institutions?
Of not just those efforts to punish protesters, but now they're going to use this as a pretext to punish.
But like I said, there's a lot that okay, this is an understatement, understand, right? Pod Save America, there's a lot left to be desired. All right. That being said, this is a very mainstream liberal platform. And I feel like this is somewhat of a breakthrough of the student protest story on such a platform. I feel like this is something that I haven't seen from them before, and I am encouraged on that. And look, the good thing about actions like the recent protest in Trump Tower by Jewish Voice for Peace is that is bait for like the Midas touches of the world. In fact, I gotta check right after this chat. I'm gonna check and see if Midas has covered at least the protest in Trump Tower, right? Because that, like, these kind of organizations have either ignored the student protest or been openly hostile to them. I mean, I'm not saying, PSA necessarily, but, liberal platforms in general.
Universities.
Well, imagine if an Israeli citizen was here and has a green card, is a legal permanent resident, and said, I hope Netanyahu finishes the job. I hope they kill everyone in Gaza. And then that person is just deported or detained in the middle of the night, sent to Louisiana, and we just don't hear from them. We don't know. And now imagine there's over 13 million legal residents in America of all nationalities, from all backgrounds. And so
Chet, I gotta say, if Hassan fucks with these guys, there's probably a reason for it. Like I think he knows Lovett at the very least. Like, his interaction with John Lovett at the convention seemed to be one of, people who know each other. And I'm just, I'm hoping there's like I'm hoping that he's onto something.
You play this out, then you imagine ICE just going up to legal residents, because now they all know who they are, where they are, right? You go up to a legal resident and you say, It depends on what their background is. Oh, you're Ukrainian. Oh, you must be. You must be with
My God, Biva, how ironic that Dana Vash would claim that the student protests are giving her 30s vibes, 30s Germany vibes, when she's giving me 30s Germany vibes.
The Nazi group in Ukraine that Elon Musk is always talking about. Or, oh, you're.
I mean, look, that's a real group. That's a real faction. It's not a reason to, it's not a reason to excuse like what's happening to Ukrainians under the Russian occupation, but you don't want to deny that complicated history that Ukraine has from being used as a football between Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union.
Or you're a Latino, you must be with Trendy Agua or whatever.
Trendy Agua. I decided to chat. That's what we're going to call them. Trendy Agua.
One of the cartels, Trendy Agua, that they've now labeled terrorist organizations, and now we have legal permanent residents in this country who've done everything right, who are applying for citizenship, just like you're supposed to do, and now we're just going to detain them.
Yeah.
We're about to see what you're talking about, civilian victim.
And send them away?
And allow me to put on my Jew hat for a moment. This is an accident. I'm actually wearing a deli hat, so it is. I'm actually literally wearing a Jew hat today. The anti.
I condemn that speech.
Yeah, condemn it all you want. But look, Tommy's point. Let's say that this person had a bunch of anti-Semitic comments. Protected. Anti-Semitism is protected speech. I don't like it. I don't like a lot of what I heard at some of these protests that I do think go from anti-Zionism into pure anti-Semitism on the regular.
Yeah. Look, I have no doubt that there was an attempt. In fact, I saw it from people I've dealt with, right? Like Infrared Haas, an attempt to infiltrate the Free Palestine movement by anti-Semites. Yeah, absolutely. Trinity Agua at Erewhon. Nice. But I also saw a movement being pretty good at throwing these fuckers, and I'm talking about Haas and Hinkle. They threw them the fuck out. They gave them the cold shoulder. Right? Is it possible if some anti-Semite that they're not aware of, kind of tried to sneak in, that they might not have thrown them out? Sure, but if you think that anti-Semitism is being normalized in the Free Palestine movement, you're just ignorant.
But to see the Anti-Defamation League put out a comment with this sort of to be sure at the end about everyone deserving due process, but ultimately coming down on the side of what the Trump administration is doing is so fucking stupid. The idea that be a kind of a patron to what Trump's doing, be like a good Jew who supports the regime, that'll protect us in the end. The thing that protects Jewish people from anti-Semitism is the culture of freedom, a legal order that protects freedom, including the freedom of green card holders, not just citizens, but non-citizens in this country. That protection is ultimately what makes Jews safe in America. The idea that
I think he's wrong about his assessment of the protest movement, but I'm glad that he said what he just said. That's the only thing that protects us, is our ability to protect each other. And I think that we see that now in a very stark way. We're all we've got. No one else is coming to save us.
Down a road in which people think it is defensible for the Trump administration to come knocking on somebody's door who has not been accused of a crime to revoke their immigration status for speech and protest you don't like it's obviously morally reprehensible, but it is so fucking stupid in the long term. That makes every Jewish person in America less safe. Think about the road we're going on. It's like there are posters in the schools. They say first they came for the socialists. Yep. What do they think comes after that? And then they were cool. It's so stupid. It's so obvious. And We like, there's all these people that have pretended to care about history and to learn from history and think about history. And it's happening right in front of our faces. And they're too either cynical or naive to realize that they're the people not doing the right thing in the moment when they're supposed to.
They think that history is this abstract thing that exists in some like liminal space. And they don't get that the reality that we are experiencing is the same moment that moved through that history. And, you know, we can learn from the past. We can strategize about the future. But all we've really got to hold on to, the only place we can actually affect history is in the moment that we're in now. Don't ever let yourself get taken out of that moment, because you'll be a lot less able to do anything about what's going on.
I would also say that this is why, right? I would guess this is why the Trump administration singled this man out and started with this conflict, because Donald Trump doesn't actually give a fuck about Gaza or the conflict. It's just another thing he's dealing with. But they know that tensions are so high around this that they can get a ridiculous fucking reaction like that from the ADL, and then they will limit the protest, the breadth of the protest in this country about what they're doing, and then they can go to the next step, right?
Well,
That's why they're like, well, this is sort of a lightning rod, and the way we know that is the White House. Not only did Donald Trump brag about it,
I mean, it's true. A lot of what kind of slowed Donald Trump's role was the protest movement that was going on during his administration, and he was so frustrated by his inability to clamp down on that in an authoritarian way. And it's probably the one thing that he has to fear: the people, the streets. Whose streets? Not his streets. Not if we don't give them away.
on Truth Social, the White House, the official White House account tweeted Shalom Mahmoud and is bragging about it, which is also, to chill other speech from anyone who opposes the administration on any issue.
I enjoy the irony of this all happening.
And the irony of Elon Musk being integrally linked to that administration and retweeting Holocaust denial at the same fucking time as Trump tweets shalom.
Right as we're learning that the White House has been holding direct talks with Hamas about getting hostages out of Gaza, which I support, by the way. I think it's the right thing to do. I think it's ridiculous we have to go through Qatar.
In 2028, we need to elect George McGovern.
Or some other carve-out to have conversations with the group holding American citizens. But
I don't know, maybe the people engaging in the direct talk should be deported.
If Joe Biden had done that, Lindsey Graham would have filed articles of impeachment on the spot. So.
Mm-hmm. That's right. So
if Joe Biden had done that, he wouldn't be Joe Biden.
What do you think the whole crusade against the law firms is about, huh?
Anyway, I just wanted to show you that because I was sort of pleasantly surprised to see this particular story break through on a platform like PSA, and I'm looking at you, Midas Touch. All right, you're not my favorite news outlet, but if you want to stop what Trump's doing, you got to stop it here. You got to talk about this. You got to wake up all those people out there that don't recognize that we can't, none of us can be safe until all of us are safe. I don't know, chat. Maybe I'm hoping for too much, but look, if they're going to overtake Joe Rogan in terms of podcasts, I want them to do something good with that. And you could maybe a few, like as much as I love all the coverage of every fart that Trump every audible fart that picks up on a mic of Trump's, like, maybe a few less. Trump soiled himself. Trump relieved himself on stage, and a little bit more of the Midas touch. Anyway, chat, it is late, but it's not too late to thank my Patreons, because I forgot to do that in the very beginning, and I actually feel bad about that. Since I didn't thank you in the beginning of the stream, let me thank you now. All right, everybody on my Patreon gets access to the videos, which hopefully I'll get at least one out before I travel to Thailand. But anyway, you get them early, and you get them uncensored and unredacted, so you get kind of like a pre-release version, and you get it early, most importantly, right? People at the $5 level and higher, you also get a fancy schmancy shout out. Let me do those right now. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Shaq. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Moe Noip. Shouts out to My Goggles. Shouts out to Crystal Safira. Shouts out to Just Julie. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Jessica Bell. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. I can speak. Yeah. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out to Zara Zara, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star. All right, Echoplex. We have not rated Echoplex in a while. Actually, I'm not even sure. Oh, Dave's on here with a guest star, so I'm gonna raid you in to Echoplex Media, and I'm gonna wish you well, everybody. Thanks for sticking with me. Sorry if I got a little emotional at times. Just good that we could talk about connect this to the real, because it's not about Ethan's crash out. I mean, yeah, it's definitely one for the record books, but he's crashing out on selectively people who are talking about the human rights issue of our time. And if I can run a little bit of cover for them, that's good enough for me. Anyway, I'll be back tomorrow for content for you. I'm really kind of thrilled, really kind of happy that I got my here, I'll show you one more time. The magical book that will take me to a faraway land. But I will not forget what's happening in this land. And I hope someday to return to a much better version of America. Yeah, no, it's hard not to feel it, Steve. That's for sure. Anyway, raiding you into... Oh, it looks like the raid went through. Yay. Echoplex Media.
Check 30 fucking awesome.
30 of you made it. I don't know. People check out before the stream leaves, but that's okay. 30 of you made it.
Comment check. I think we had you. No, we totally had you on via Video Ninja. Welcome everybody. Globus the Elder.
Lifting out of their bodies is being drawn towards a white light.
Anyway, much love, everybody.
Angelic beings and having their actions.
See you all tomorrow. It looks like they're doing a conspiracy stream tonight, so if you want to check that out, hit it up on twitch.tv/Echoplex Media, one word. Until then, everyone, good night, and yeah, take care of yourself, take care of each other,